Happy Monday. Just ordered a new suit for liturgy. Nice. I wish I could fit in a suit. Kind of getting fat in the stomach, guys. A little bit. However, I did look up calisthenics. I looked it up. So I did half the work. I looked it up. I saw the movements. And then I was like, well, I could do that. So that's how that went. I just was like, oh, that's cool. I can do that. Thank you, Vagine. Appreciate you. How's everyone's... Oh, hey, look. Some ortho stickers. Nice. I thought it's not the narrow shoulders that wouldn't fit the suit. No, it's every shirt fits me. I hope you guys had a good weekend. I did not make it to liturgy. Lord have mercy. I did on Saturday night take my kids, the whole family, to the Savannah Banana baseball. It's basically the Harlem Globetrotters, but for baseball. It was actually pretty fun. It was a beautiful evening, and it was really fun. So there's that. So that's good. Stickers are solid. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it. Hope you like your book. Calisthenics in the watch later. Yeah, exactly. I said this before. Do you know how many before pictures I have? I have no after pictures. I just have before pictures. I should delete those. Wait, did you say hockey is gay? I did. I actually said skating is. It was a tough conversation, Rip. The conversation was like this. The competition of hockey is masculine. Mastering the elements is masculine. Fighting, masculine. Hitting people with sticks, masculine. Getting your teeth knocked out by a puck, masculine. Skating alone, kind of gay. I mean, they're like, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna fight you, I'm gonna elegantly chase you down as I seamlessly glide upon the frozen pond. I'm gonna get you. Line change. I'm sorry. I don't want to start a fight. Look, this is going to be the biggest division. I know. There's a lot of things dividing people right now. But you touch someone's hockey, they lose it. Icon writing streams plus Jortland tax. Thank you, Dean. Yeah, I hope you guys appreciate the progress. Had quite the battle with the beard last night. Thanks, Justin, for your tips. It's funny, I told you guys about my teacher, right? Theodoros. I still email him, so I email him pictures. It's so funny. I'll read you this dude is, he's just no BS, dude. Watch, I'll read you something. I send him the photo so far. The base of the hat is too dark. The base of the beard should be gray. That's it. He says, I fix it. He says, much better. The hat is okay. The face is okay. The beard is different from the beard in the original icon. It is okay. It could be better. But as your first attempt, it's okay. It should be better next time. I also wrote, do you have an online video tutorial on beards? No. Period. This guy doesn't mess around. No fluff. Zero fluff. Nothing. Speaking of fluff, First goal, 1 out of 10. We're starting pretty strong here in Jortlandia. I know. I understand. You gave Candace Owens all your money. But best type of coach, definitely. No. Yes. No. He's your spiritual animal? Yeah, I can see that, Justin. Yeah, totally. No, it's the best kind of teacher you can have, for sure. It's so good. Yeah. Yeah, my priest is like that too. He's very straight. He's just like, no. If I try to pull one of my fluffy intellectual summaries, he's just like, stop. He just looks at me like, stop. I thought for the first attempt on your own, it came out very well. Well, why don't you talk to him? Why don't you see what he says, Justin? Tax for the beard, thank you so much. Is bad, is good. Anyway, I'm very excited. I already told the person who I'm gifting it to, Chase. He knows it's his. I ruined the surprise. Whatever. I couldn't help it. So now the hard part starts, which is the very clean red halo line. Perfect circle. You use a compass with paint and the border. The reason it's difficult is it's on pure 24 karat gold sheet. And gold does not absorb paint. So I have to figure out some tricks. One trick that I learned is that you mix the egg tempera paint and the pigment with dish soap, dish detergent, which makes things more wet, apparently, kind of. So, or I have to go against the old tradition and use acrylic. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. But I'm finishing it this week. I have to halo, border, and the writing of Saint Spiridon on the icon. I have to do that. So then that's it. Another donation for taking us through the Candy and Andy pilot episode. Thank you. You're welcome. Candy and Andy is a Netflix original. You know what I mean? That feud's still going. I mean, it really just kind of took over the interwebs. I mean, I can't tell you how many, pretty much every single channel is doing some sort of review on it or whatever. My kids paint with soap all the time. Yeah, seriously. So there's that. In other news, serendipitously, as you guys know, I've been with my family crammed into a very small, humble townhouse. We love it. It's very cozy and Hobbit-like, but we're also kind of splitting at the seams and growing out of it. And so all of my work, all of your memberships, all your super chats are going toward the future of, getting a slightly bigger space for me to do what I do. And something popped up next to Megan's mom. Like, there's a guy who lived there for this, entirety of Megan's childhood, or close to. And he's leaving to build his own custom house or something. And that house is opening up. And we looked at it. And we're like, ooh. So that's a new, exciting, scary, it's future for us. It's scary because we, maybe people in the chat can relate. Living well beneath your means, like living humbly, living really small, no, nothing added you don't really need, has been the norm for us. And now we're reaching that point where we're like, wow, it would be nice to have our son not sleeping in our bed. Are you open to taking commissions? Yeah, but not yet. I still have to, I don't know the proper protocol here. Me and Justin can't even figure it out. And he's been doing it for 4 years. I'm seeking the guidance of my priest and the person he's going to be putting me in contact with. I don't want to write icons that are not up to par. Gifting them is one thing. Selling them, I want them to be up to par. You know what I mean? So that's in the future, Red Fox. Good question. I have a lot of inquiries about that, and I'm not gonna run full into that just yet. You know. Get out of Colorado. I know. Well, I mean, it's still doable. I mean, we're still in an area that isn't completely infected by progressivism, but it is slowly, well, I shouldn't even say slowly, it's starting to get slightly populated with a bit too many vagines, if you know what I mean. And I'm torn. I'm honestly torn. I mean, it sounds horrible. It really does sound horrible to say I'm somehow more affected when I see vagines than when I see like an obvious trans confused person who's just like hobbling about with their hairy legs and their dress. I'm just like, okay, is that wrong? Do I have my priorities messed up? I'm like, oh yeah, those people, they're confused. Look at the confused person. I can even teach my kids, you know, when we're in public, when they see such things. That's a confused person. What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say? They're what? You know what I mean? It's harder to approach, actually. It really is. It's harder to approach. How do I teach my kids about my judgments? Thank you so much for the $5, y'all. Appreciate you, Berserk. At least you still feel like you're in America with Troons. Is that what it is, Mela? Maybe that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. There's just something like the Troon thing is incompatible with my theology. The Indians are mostly incompatible. There are some converts, so you know it's still possible, but they're like incompatible with both. I guess both are incompatible. I don't know. It's a confusing time. Trans off themselves. Yeah, well, yeah, wow, Patrick. Way to just get right to the point. I say they're a possessed person. Yeah. It smells like multiculturalism. Yeah, they're incompatible with all of reality. They do. They destroy entire cities. Wait, which one are we talking about, Steel? See? Are they interchangeable right now? I don't know. Another 5 memberships from Tyler. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate you. Thanks so much. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, this new house potentially, well, it's going to be nice because the kids will be able to walk through literally a fence, like opening that will make in maybe to like a little walkway, and they can go to grandma's house immediately. I couldn't imagine growing up that way. My grandparents lived in New York City. They lived in the Bronx or Queens or something. I don't even remember. Queens? Yeah, in Queens. So there's never like go to grandma's house ever. It would be like a 3.5 hour trip to grandma's. So, you know, giving my kids that would be really beautiful. And I wouldn't need to stream at the literal foot of my bed. I could actually have like a little room where I can make music, write icons, you know, stream, do all the fun, creative stuff. And it's been a blessing to build it up for this long. It's been a lot of sacrifice. Saw a video of a bunch of dots destroying a power relay on their town because the cow wandered over it and electrocuted itself. Oh yeah, where they were hitting the power thing with a stick. And we're like, we should import them. We should import them. Did I start? No. I didn't start doing it. I actually just started finding sources though, where I watch what it looks like to do it. That's where I'm at. I know I'll start it. It's just one of those things. You know the feeling. You're like right there. You're like, okay, no, I'm ready to start. I just can't do it just yet. I'm not going to do it yet. For your new house, good luck, Jim Bob. God bless. Hope it works. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Big old 50.
That is a big super chat.
No. Metallurgy is still there. Yeah. No, I'll still do that. Like that was the first thing I was excited about, to get an actual house, a standalone house that's not like a little townhouse that's connected to a bunch of other things. Is to have like an actual metal smithing. Get back to that, because I'm not going to lose that skill. I need to keep that skill. So I'll do that. But iconography kind of just surprised me, honestly. I just didn't know it was possible. I thought, well, I do crude drawings. I do like cartoony stuff. I can't do serious stuff that, that looks proper and traditional. I can't do that. I'm out of control. I'm a wild man. But then I realized I could. You ever play around with that silver clay? Not really. I messed with it before I was properly trained. It kind of works. It's just not as clean. So if you want that like sort of messy molded look with your fingers, it's kind of cool. Asian people can do pretty impressive stuff with that clay. But no, I don't mess with that, the silver baked clay. I just used the real thing. I was trained in cold fabrication, casting, wax carving, stone setting, soldering, pouring ingots, making chain, pulling wire, cutting, piercing out of sheet metal, this kind of stuff. That's more of like a, no offense, like a Etsy kind of thing. That's like, oh, I have an Etsy account. I say go for the real deal, If you get a big enough yard, you could have a small building in the back made of... Yeah, I thought about that. This house, fortunately, has a room that seems to be good for me. And, but that was my second option, is just, those sheds that are kind of cool. I think the problem with that is I'll just be away. I'll be too away from my family. Meg Bob will have the sense she basically lost her husband to an art shed. So... Stone setting is cool. Yeah. You think Procreate from your other work will help you? Not necessarily. There's something. It sounds a bit purist, of course, but there's something about physically painting and drawing that is very different than Procreate. Like, when I wake up and I know I'm going to start or continue on a section of the icon, you start with isolating an egg yolk, drying the egg yolk, carefully puncturing the membrane, transferring the yolk into a little canister, mixing it with 1 part vinegar, 1 part water, shaking it up, preparing your pigments, mixing the pigments properly, adding the egg emulsion properly to the pigments. So there's this constant flow of management. Whereas if you sit with an iPad, you're just kind of doodling around, just there's not like a strict process that you're following. There's no ritual to it. When you're writing an icon, you're not just in the actions, the traditional actions that go back to the first century. You're also in prayer and contemplation. How you are affects the process. You actually have to stop sometimes if you're not in like a proper spiritual space. You just stop. That's why it's why it would be interesting. I'm fascinated by people who are, quote, professional iconographers, where they have a job to do. They have to like power through whatever thing they're going through spiritually. They have to power through it. It's their job.
Straight out Ian Smith, House Fund. In the YouTube posts you mentioned ortho icons have a strict form. This got me thinking of Rome's iconographic statues. Is it possible that the insidious sensuality introduced by the artist's ego was part of what spoiled the Romans?
That's interesting. I don't know about that. That's a good topic, though. Introducing full sensuality. Sensual. Introducing the hockey of art. My grandpa's house was about half a mile away growing up. Lots of bike rides going over there. That'll be good for them. Yeah, it's going to be amazing. And a standalone house that has a sort of like isolated reality to it. Right now, it's kind of cute. We like this townhouse section we're in. It's cute because it's like a lot of like different neighbors, and like you get a little bit of a sense of a community from that. That's inevitable because you have to like kind of see people. But it's like you're forced then also live with like near people who aren't,
paint me
the
like
same
one
class.
of your French girls, artist boy.
And then we're not, we're still middle pointing lower. Megan thinks we're middle pointing higher. I don't. Look at my shirt. Diversity, yeah. So I'm trying to lower the diversity. People say lower the temperature a little. I say lower the diversity. Thank you. Iconography is not so strict as people think. Well, it depends on what you're referring to, I suppose. Like if you study under someone who's like been studying Greek style iconography or Russian, if you want to produce and write that style, it's going to be strict. I think it should be super strict. I think you should maintain its strictness. I don't like when people get novel and poppy with it. I think they should shut that down. You know what I mean? I think they should threaten excommunication for trying to make your own new, unique voice in iconography. I'd say cut off one of your fingers, actually. That's what I think. I don't like seeing that stuff. People do it all the time. They're like, oh, look, I'll use the halo in my art about Freddie Mercury. How about I burn all of your artistic tools and I clip your fingers off? How about that? You ever thought about that? They're always taking it and perverting it. I'll wear your fingers. I'll use one of your fingers to paint. Sorry. See, this is what happens. You don't go to liturgy. You don't go to liturgy. You miss liturgy literally the morning after. You're threatening to cut people's fingers off and paint with their fingers. Lord of mercy. I don't know how you guys do it. Sounds reasonable to me. Oh, yeah, no, that sounds right. That sounds about right. Anyway. Yeah, so be patient. I'm not out hawking icons or putting them up on websites, and, you know, I'm just going through the learning process properly, and you'll know when something's available for you guys. That's your gig? You mean the finger thing? Yeah, I think that. I'm just living in the wrong time. Hey, yo! Oh, my goodness.
That is a big super
Funding for the
chat.
future.
Thank you so
Schweitz.
much, Schweitz. Wow.
That
Wow.
is a very generous
And
donation, like the one I left in the public pool.
And avoided the YouTube tax. Nicely done, Schweitz. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate that. It's a big, scary thing. It is. It's big. It's scary. You know why? This particular scenario, I don't know if you guys have done this or anyone who's done this. It's a bit scary because the person we're potentially getting this house from is building a house and needs to stay in his house while it's being built. So it's like, so what? It's a little bit, it's not unorthodox. It's not like it never happens. It's a thing that happens. But what it requires is that we basically are paying for the house and he's basically paying rent. So it still has to be, you know, managed, but we don't live there for like up to a year. So it's, I thought it never happens, but it turns out it does happen. Because I was very skeptical. I was like, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. That sounds like a big no-no. But apparently it's a thing. So, I don't know. I'm going to be a landlord. Oh. This Friday, I have a debate. A long-awaited debate. You guys remember Culture Cats? He finally agreed to defending evolution against me on Friday. So that should be good. I'll do that on my channel for sure. You know what I'm saying? Yao Ming? Yao Ming? You did that and it turned out fine. Wanted the house enough to do it. Yeah, and I think that puts us in a better position for them, favorable position, because we can cut through. There's no line. There's no 20 people. Now, obviously, right now, there's a lot of inventory because it's really not in favor of the person selling their house right now. Like, so there's like, you know. But in addition, it's like, you have to find people who are willing to work with you. He has to find people who's willing to work with him on this. So, I mean, I trust it. I met him. He's like, you know, seems okay. Every closing has problems. It will turn out the moneymakers want it closed, right? Yeah, there's an investment in getting it closed. Yeah. It's just a scary jump, though. It's like, you know, I have to watch my TOS. That's all. Boring. Speaking of TOS, avoiding TOS, 8 minutes left, 5 left on the goal here. 4 left. House fun. Thank you so much. Hey, this guy Blitz PhD is live taking debaters on creationism versus evolution. Sounds like an easy prey, but super arrogant. Yeah, he's insufferable. Plus, I'm so tired of that dichotomy. Creation versus evolution is not even a proper dilemma. You know, that's like saying abiogenesis versus evolution. It doesn't make any sense. You know, they grant themselves abiogenesis. It's like, okay. You can only talk about evolution once you have the world in the way it is and once you have animals. So It's sneaky. Those people are sneaky. We got your back, brother. Thank you so much, Christian. Appreciate you. Everest wants me to defend Tag against Corinth. Oh, man, just that's on you, dude. That's on you. Corinth is definitely a sophist, dude. So, you know, love him, pray for him. I met him in person. Strange guy. But if you know someone's a sophist and you know what they're going to do, Steelborn, it's like you're basically hitting yourself in the in the face with a hammer, but not getting the cheekbones that you want. Congratulations on your upcoming debate with Candace Owens on evolution. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Is a property tax? I don't know, actually, Draco. I have to look over more things. I don't know. I should probably get more invested in the process, but I'm just not good at that stuff. Megan's really good at that stuff. She's like a little manager nerd. Shout out to Meg Bob. This channel would definitely not be what it is, and with all of its operations, without Meganger. This thing would be a disaster. Did you see that last debate on Modern Day Debate about creation? Yeah, I watched some of it. It was a bit taxing. It was a bit much. Your enthusiasm for beauty in iconography is sparking my interest in getting back to woodworking again. Beautiful, Schweitz. I would like to make a beautiful prayer corner in my home. Do it, man. I realized this. Someone left a really nice comment, and my focus on beauty and iconography and making stuff has always been there, and I always get taken away from it, and I'll probably get taken away in the future with some whatever. There's drama, there's demonic attacks, there's the world that happens, and then you report on the world that happens, and all of that. But someone, among many people, but one person left a specific comment about how when I do this stuff, because of the position I'm in, that I have access to a larger amount of people at a time than most people do in their day, that when I share things that I make or gifts that I have and in the format that I do it, they get inspired and they want to utilize. So when I play music, people go, you know what, I'm going to get my guitar out, you know. It's like a spark. It's just like a little lighter. You know what's interesting? It's almost like passing the flame. You know what? Like Pascha. It's like passing the flame, but in this context, it's like people's talents and gifts that needs to be lit. And it's not just lit. It needs to be covered. You know how we protect the flame? Like that whole evening, we protect the flame. I think that's a good analogy for your talents, that you don't want them to go dim, not used. You don't want to bury them in the sand, in the dirt. You want them alive and active, you know? And that's my thing. That's like my whole, basically, identity. Like debating and stuff is there, but the thing that really lights me up isn't crushing people or making people annihilating their position. That's just kind of like a fun feature. Mostly good when I'm, fun when I'm like having a drink, honestly. But the beauty part, the thing that sort of revitalizes people's talents or skills or their desire to create, if you can do that, if I can do that, I'm gonna do that. That's what I'm gonna do. And it's gonna be very clear when my focus isn't that. It's gonna be obvious to everybody, including myself. Have you seen the icons coming out of the Mole Monastery? If so, I haven't seen any. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. And it's actually present with all like the online drama stuff. It's like when it comes down to it, you're left with your daily life, your local experience, your parish life, and your talents and whatever you're gifted, you know? And then you go, okay, what should I make? What should I do? What should I do now? So people specifically with creativity who have a creative genius in them, I specifically, if I know them, try to get them focused and in action with that. That's the thing. That's their power. That's their advantage. That's the thing they're gonna wield as a sword. But we can get moved away from that easily. Those are horror icons. I think I heard about that. Yeah, you got to watch it. That's why I'm like, the other part about this is like, I think there needs to be some proper networks that protect and guide iconography. And it might not need to go to the level of like a ledger, like a blockchain ledger, even though that would be epic, because once something's on a ledger and it's unchanged, its provenance is completely locked in. You cannot pervert it. So that would be really cool if that existed. Your Tell Bill cover was great for me. I experienced burnout from giving, but it gave me life again. Nice. Nice. Would you like to debate general theism versus Eastern Orthodoxy? No, thanks. I know plenty of people who debate that, though. Costs of denying even the theistic evolution. Well, I could. You can try to debate theistic evolution against me. That's my wheelhouse. The costs. There are no costs of denying theistic evolution. Theistic evolution doesn't even make sense. Because theism, even general theism, would necessitate a unique status of human beings. So I don't even see how a theistic take, considering that it's a peculiarity of humanity, could actually defend it, given that no matter what your take is as a human, evolution entails nominalism. Like when you speak it out loud. It actually starts from nominalism, but in the chronological sense of how people talk about it, you will eventually get to the denial. The cost of evolution is the denial of universal categories. There is no humanity, and if there's no humanity, there's no theism. You know, set aside Christianity for a second and all of its metaphysics. Just any theism is coming from a human. It's like there is no theism because there's no humans. There's no such thing as humans. Humans are a flux. It's like a illusory category that's just changing. It doesn't make any sense. What do you think about digital iconography? It's a no-no. I think no. I think you hold to the tradition, the physicality. Now, someone could make the argument that like if they're making it, they're still taking the time. There's dedication, there's sacrifice in doing a digital artwork. And who knows? I can't be the one who gets to say which window, so to speak, doesn't function. Because we have to remember iconography is functional too. It's not just a pretty picture. So, so one could say a photograph, a well-captured digital replication of an existing handmade, handwritten icon, could produce a miracle. There are examples of that. So the question is that digital? Is it a digital icon if it's a replication of a physical icon? Like, does it put it in a different category? Well, it's still an icon, so I don't know where the threshold is, honestly. I don't. It's just not the same. Like, I would say even a replication, Justin, isn't exactly the same, but nonetheless, there are prints of real icons that serve and should be looked at and venerated as icons. Are you able to speak on the history of icons? Not yet. Yeah. It is inside Orthodoxy. Yeah, I'm still studying. It's a beautiful thing to study and to learn and to participate in Orthodoxy from the position of, well, the lives of the saints is ultimately what we're doing. And I've always been drawn into the lives of the saints, like that. Reading, ideally one a day is, I highly recommend it, because you're talking about people who lived a life. You're not talking about understanding intellectually or metaphysically a doctrine, or understanding what went on at the councils and all this processing work. You're engaging with someone who lived a life, many of which who died a horrible death. And through iconography, you learn about not just symbols. You learn about metaphysics. You learn about the uncreated light. You learn about the heavenly realm to whatever extent you can. And then, importantly, you're learning the theology. Feast days, you're going to learn the theology. Lives of the saints, you're learning about the saints. So it's really a great way to do it, even if you're not an iconographer, even if you're not even it's not even an interest to you. There's an amazing capacity to teach and learn the Orthodox theology through iconography, like nothing else. I already answered this question. What are you, a troll? Were you deaf? Would you evolve to not listen? I already told you, man. Denying even theistic evolution. Look, you can't defend theistic evolution if evolution itself can't be defended. You're skipping a step. You're like, oh, theistic evolution. Look, if you want to debate me on evolution, you could throw in the theism. I don't care. You don't even have it, dude. There's not even a thing called evolution that you have access to. It's nonsensical. It's incoherent logically. It denies the law of identity, and it's nominalistic. It's just nominalism. It's just nominalism and Hinduism mixed through the language of biology. That's all you're doing. You know what I mean? I have a YouTube channel, so not totally random. Sorry, didn't listen to the part. Why? Oh, you went to the bathroom? Okay, fair enough. You went to the bathroom. Yeah. You're if you want to debate theistic evolution, that's fine. You want to try to defend that? I will go after the evolution part. You won't even get to the theism part. Like I said, you don't get theism if theism requires, even theism requires, it necessitates humanity has a categorical ontic. It doesn't. If evolution is the case, even if you try to abstractly present it, you don't even have humanity. There's no such thing as humanity. So theism is a feature of humanity. Theism assumes there's something true about theology. There's something true about a God position from the perspective of humanity. Humanity is denied under evolution. It's denied. Okay? You have to deny humanity. It's a denial. It's a paradigm that makes humans made in the image of death, and all of creation is in the image of death. There's nothing there. You can't defend it, even on its own. Forget theism. Father Spirit and Belly just dropped a new video on Christians who still believe in... Oh, we should watch that. We'll watch that. 20 minutes for this goal. Let's say when we finish this goal, we'll shift over to that video. I heard about that, so... It really is an absurd position. The more you just think about it, it's nuts. It's nuts. It's truly a nutty position. Thank you, Totilio. I think theistic evolution is far more compelling than materialistic. Well, I mean, everything's more compelling than strict materialism, that's for sure. Because even being compelled or being convinced of anything, that also doesn't exist under pure materialism. It's just matter in motion, colliding particles and whatnot. Everything is completely deterministic. Can I evolve already? Seriously. That's what I'm saying. Why? What are we all waiting for? What are we even waiting for? Buddy badoo ba ba booby gob. I believe you don't. Who cares what you don't have any arguments. It's similar. It's easy. Nominalism assumes there's no realness. There's no realness to categories. They're fictions. And all we have is names of things. There's just things we name. The question is, the things you're naming, are they changing? That's the question. If you're going to take a position that reality is merely talked about by subjectively naming things, the name is the reference. We're talking about in evolution whether or not there's a referent when you name the referent. And under evolution, the referent itself has no ontology because it's not classed in a category that's real. Therefore, humanity is not a real category. I do understand it. You just saying you don't understand it means you don't understand it. You don't understand it. Every time. I visited a natural history museum over the weekend, and all I could see was mammoths and dragons. Nice. That's cool. How does evolution contradict the law of identity? X is X. X is not X. X fundamentally changes its essential property into not X. That's a violation of the law of identity. Watch, I'll ask you a different way, absolute optimist. Under the evolutionary paradigm, is there something essential about biology that makes it biology? Is there an essential property at all in evolution? For anything. Biology, DNA, species, mammals, reptiles, humans. Is there any essential property that makes them what they are? If you say yes, there are essential properties, you have to deny that. That's P, not P. There are essential properties, but they change. Therefore, they're accidental. So essential properties are accidental properties. That's a contradiction. That's the contradiction. If you want it in cleaner terms, here's the P and not P. There are essential properties to biological organisms. There are not essential properties to biological organisms. When is a wolf a whale? Whale wolves. That's another angle of doing like a children's book about evolution that's making fun of evolution indirectly. And it's the story of a whale wolf. It's like a scary approach to it. It's like a horror. The kill shot argument is that essential properties argument. It is. It's brutal. They can't get away from it. None of them can. You get these Evo proponents. They have no idea what to do with it. They don't know what to do. Homesick from work, watching Jim Bob take on an evolution will make me feel better. Yeah. Well, this Friday. And then the next Friday, there's another evolution debate. I'm like on an evolution tour. Which is another inversion of Christianity. God created through the word. Nominalism is externalizing reality through words. Yeah. Yep. It's taking the human and mimicking all of creation, the act of creation, and pretending we create the world with our words. Now, our words and what we say are very powerful. I'm not saying demeaning or belittling the power of our speech because it's reflective of God. It's reflective of creation. It's reflective of of incarnation theology. We should be intentional with our speaking, but there's a difference between that and we uppercase C create our reality with our speaking. It's not entirely true. Evo Tour, yeah, exactly. Yeah, fund the Evo Tour. The absolute. Oh yeah, he's going to use the color analogy. Don't tell me he brought up did he, John? Don't tell me he brought up the color analogy. That would be a sad state of affairs. What if you just evolved to not believe in evolution? Jim Bob is doing what his mutated genes told him to do. Yeah, well, that would be true for believing it too, right? Why do you believe such essentialism about properties? What do you mean? Why are you asking me what I believe? When you talk about evolution, you're talking about biology, right? They always do the same shit, right? Why do you believe? Let's talk about your beliefs. We're talking about evolution. Evolution necessitates the way in which you talk about things. It necessitates that there are these categories that have essential properties to them. That it means something for something to be a reptile versus a not reptile. That it means something for something to be a vertebrate versus a non-vertebrate. A mammal versus a non-mammal. Right? Why do you ask a question? That's how quickly you guys get defeated. It's actually getting boring. That's probably why I need to drink during my debates at this point. You know what I'm saying? 12 minutes, 6 left on the goal, and then we'll watch probably a great video here. Christians who still believe in evolution, all caps. He all capped it. Like, even that's a contradiction if you held the opposite view. Is there anything essential that makes anything a property versus a not property? It's like, you see how insane nominalism is? It's self-refuting the moment you start talking. A proper evolution versus creationism debate is hard because they're too positive. Well, that's not all there is that it's a false dialectic, because would the evolution proponent ever say, let's do an evolution versus abiogenesis debate? Because abiogenesis is their creationism. They give themselves creationism. They don't know. It's mystical. It's mysterious. It just happened. We don't even know. Non-life became life, through mechanics and biological interactions or whatever, chemical reactions. They would never accept the debate, evolution versus abiogenesis. That's just their creationism. Evolution, they would even say, no, we talk about evolution after we have life, after we have populations, after we have the world the way it is, after we have weather, climate, the sun, water, snow, ecology. They just give themselves the created world. So it's a false dilemma. It's a trap. Nobody should accept those debates. Nobody. And why is it's important? It's not just like some semantic difference between creation versus evolution. It's that it's important to properly keep the evolution proponent in the paradigm that they're in, and don't grant them a created world. You don't grant them the created world. You don't grant them mereology of ecology and biological populations, organisms. No, you don't grant them that. That's a trick. I'm a salamander in a world of ants. I am questioning because I am asking you to justify your beliefs. No, your belief is evolution, right? You guys are such cowards. Truly. Truly. You're such cowards. That's all you guys do. My beliefs are irrelevant. It's an internal critique. I do an internal critique on evolution and what it necessitates, It necessitates the affirming of something and the denial of that thing. Essential properties in nature. The only way you could talk about evolution, absolute, is if you assume there are essential properties in nature. Okay? You guys always try to run from this. It's a killer. You guys are dead in the water. The only way you try to get out of it is merely not answering the questions and not confronting the problem and just skipping over other people's beliefs. Every time. Slippery salamander. Slippery pig snake. Nasty little gibbons. You never deal with anything. Yeah, but what are angels then? Then tell me what angels are. Tag leads to orthodoxy. I understand what you're saying. I was corrected on this. It's actually the orthodox view. It's like the orthodoxy is the beginning. It's like Christianity is the beginning. It's the start point of all things. God, the Orthodox paradigm is the necessary start point for all things. But I understand what you're saying. It's just that it was a good correction someone made to me, because I talked about tag before and how when you get into tag, it has to lead. I used the words, it has to lead to orthodoxy. And I was corrected and say, well, we know what you mean by that, but you don't get to orthodoxy. You don't get to God. The foundation of the argument is that you have to necessarily start with God and start with orthodox metaphysics to fully exhaust the necessary preconditions as the justification for necessary preconditions. Sorry to be a stickler or an ortho bro, but it's a really important distinction. Absolute, your rejection of our image bearer status is nominalism. Could we be ducks and have image bearer status? Yeah, exactly. It's always the same, dude. And what's theism? Like I said, what's theism? What is the interaction you have with God from a theo position? If not that it requires that you're a human, a particular creature who has noetic faculties that animals don't have. You know what I mean? You don't have it. There's no, to talk about theism, you're already assuming some sort of metaphysical ontology. If you don't have the word noetic, you have some spiritual realness to your existence, particular to humans, that salamanders don't have. And then he's like, yeah, but we evolved to get that. And you're like, okay, that's over. So you ended your position. Big fiver from Titilio, thank you so much, my Italian brother. And a whopping big ol' super chat.
That is a big
Wow.
super chat.
Just wow.
Thank you so very much for doing business. I do business on the sidewalk.
That's disgusting. Don't come to my country. This guy definitely wants me to get a full studio that's not in my bedroom. All the political talks and TikTok invasion become superficial to anyone who is addressing the root cause of illness, which is spiritual illness. It's truly spiritual illness, yeah. Worldly solutions are like putting a Band-Aid on gangrene. The lightning already struck. They just haven't heard the thunder yet. Yeah, that's exactly my position too, Julian. I really appreciate that. Big 100 from Julian. I like when there's a generous chat and it says something really insightful and true. Now, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes. It doesn't happen a lot on my channel, actually. But I've seen other channels where there's a big $200, $300 super chat and it says something that's not entirely true, and then the person has to read it and you're like, kind of? Like, you can't purchase the truth. But thanks? Thank you? What's my best argument against natural selection? I don't know if it would be considered a proper argument, but my contention with natural selection is that natural selection appeals to nature, but nature the external world is an abstraction. And so under the evolutionary view, the view that's actually positing natural selection doesn't escape the nominalism either. It also doesn't escape, OG Remedy, it doesn't escape the fact that nature would be made up of a collection of particulars. And most of those particulars, absent the weather and like floods and natural disasters, you're left with what? Individual organisms that are part of populations that are also changing. So if you really look at what is nature from the paradigm of natural selection, what is the environment? The environment's made up of biological organisms, ecology and animal life, and those things are the things that are mostly dictating natural selection, right? They're making not a choice, but they're doing the quote selection. But they're also subject to it at the same time. So my critique against that is that they're not making any real distinctions between the organisms and the populations that are producing traits magically from random mutation. But they're not making a distinction between those things and the things, the aggregate of those things that are deciding or selecting the traits for the traits. They don't have a distinction. It's all one thing. It's a distinction, like everywhere else in evolution, it's a distinction with no meaning. Clade, distinction with no meaning. Species even, distinction with no real meaning. Mammal, distinction with no real meaning, no real essential properties to one thing or the other. Nothing. I am anomalous. Yeah, we know. You already contradicted yourself. I am anomalous itself is a contradiction. Are you a you? Is there something essential about you? Like, are you in a category that you're anomalous? I mean, you're spiritually lost. Denying universals, and so you deny that you're anomalous then. Okay. Is nominalism a universal category? To be a nominalist, are you in a category that's not real? That's cool. That's cool. Go to the hospital. So look, universals are not real. Are particulars real? So if you're denying universals that they're real, are particulars the real thing then? Is that what you're saying? Because that's also a contradiction. Person, yeah. Person, universal category. Nominalism as a category. I'm a nominalist. Oh, is that a category? You're a nominalist about nominalism? You ever think about that for a second? Have you ever thought about being a nominalist about nominalism? No, you never thought about that. Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't be cuckoo. Go to liturgy. Absolutely. If you're a theist, just skip all that, man. Seriously, go to liturgy. Absolute optimist. Go to liturgy. You can't keep this up. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. It just becomes nonsensical. It just becomes pure gibberish. All right. Let's, as promised, with this goal met, which included a very generous tip toward my studio fund. We're going to watch this because it's relevant. And it's one of my favorite topics. So let's take a look-see. Sorry if those bells pop your ears, guys.
This reflection is an attempt to help those Christians who still profess a belief in evolution, to help them to see that it is not possible to reconcile Christian belief with Darwinism. Mm-hmm. So first, we must recognize that evolution denies what Christ calls us to by denying what man was to begin with.
There
At the
we go.
heart of the evolutionary theory's error is the rejection of the truth of Adam.
That's right. Coming out with flames. Hey, heard you were buying a house in Idaho and building cottage. Never, 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 never.
Christians who say they think evolution is simply the way God made us can't reconcile this claim with the Christian belief in the fall and the condition of man before the fall. Without this, Christians who accept evolution are not proclaiming a faith that involves restoration. They're not striving to return to the condition God created man in before the sin of disobedience changed us.
See, like even in this, which is I assume is just going to be a beautiful summary here as usual from Father Spiriton, appropriate that I just am completing the Saint Spiriton icon. Still, the problem of the category, there is no human under the evolutionary view. There is no human. That's not a category. That's not a thing. It's not a universal static category that we should expect anything from the temporary changing flux particular you call a human. By the way, Christ, I'll say this again and again in the debates, Christ takes on what? The nature of what? Well, under the evolutionary view, Christ would take on the nature of just a particular creature, a nominalist approach. Not a category. You can't save humanity if there's no humanity. You can't save humanity if humanity in 50 million years, perhaps, Christ returns to judge the living and the dead and they're all hunched over beasts with claws doing platypus liturgy. You know? What? What? I mean, it's horrifying. It's horrifying, the entailments. Think you'll combine the jewelry and iconography and make rizas? No, I actually don't prefer I don't actually prefer the mixed medium stuff. I like making metal stuff metal. Maybe using inlay, great. Making frames, I'd like to make like custom nice frames. Maybe like wood inlay, silver framed wood inlay crosses, you know. I'd like to eventually gift my own priest one of those, the big honking crosses. But no, I don't think I'm going to, aside from burnishing gold on the icon, I'm not going to incorporate metal into it. You know, just going to keep it just egg tempera, OG. That's what I want to stick to. Just repetitive, classic, original, second century techniques and materials.
Just as Adam was
Thank you.
cast
Very
out
generous
of paradise
tip, by the
and
way.
lost the grace-filled existence God gave him, so Christians who believe in evolution are proclaiming a faith that reduces man to a being that has his origin amongst every other beast of the earth.
Death.
But man is different. Man is unique. He came into being through the giving of life and spirit. God breathed of himself to make man in his image. And so, at what point do Christian evolutionists say is the time when man evolved into God's image? When do they say man evolved into...
Nice. Nice. This is exactly my approach. When? When did this happen? When did you acquire the icon of Christ, the image bearer of God? When? It has to be this point, right? This is the last debater I went against. Not a clue. I don't know. When did humanity start, like, insofar as taking on an image bearer status? He says whenever they did. Okay. There goes your theology.
God's image. It is a senseless question. In the lives of the saints,
And by the way, this applies to Absolute. I see Absolute not listening here. Absolute, the same question Father Spiridon just posed to the Christian, when does humanity take on the image bearer status? Even if you remove the theology from this, even just an evolution proponent who's affirming that there's a thing called human, the same question format applies. When does a human become a human? In the chronology of evolution, in the ever-changing flux, nominalistic, non-categories reality, when does a human become a human in this process? A human comes from a not human, right? Right? The human is a product of death, right? Okay. Tell me how the process that produces death from one organism that's not a human produces a human. And how do you know the distinction? What's essential? What's the essential property about a human that makes them human? And all of the things that they came from, not a human. You can't answer this question. Why? Because if you appeal solely to the natural essential properties, the same way a vegan does when they're debating, name the trait. No, that's already the wrong approach, because you're denying the reality of categories themselves, the reality of that humans have a metaphysical aspect to their composition, not just a purely natural one.
Saints such as Saint Seraphim of Sarov and Saint Herman of Alaska, we see glimpses of this restoration of holiness, which manifests itself in the way bears and other wild animals submit to them in the same way they submitted to Adam in paradise. In the saints, we see human beings drawing closer to that condition that was lost, living in a purity that enables them to taste how Adam once walked with God in paradise.
Are elephants not valuable? No, they're valuable. All of creation is valuable and reflective of the Logi. Even in Orthodox theology, we can get even more nuance with the, quote, image of God. Humans have a particular status of being made in God's image. But even elephants and animals are of the mind of God, or from the mind of God. So, of course, they're valuable, but what do you mean? Value, you're now importing a human-centric view, value. Well, elephants are valuable because they're made. They're creatures. But are they humans? Are they stewards? Do they have any moral obligations and duties? You know? Can they conduct the and deliver the sacraments? What are we talking about here? Are these cheaper icons no good? The ones that aren't hand painted? I don't know. Uncut Mountain. I don't know anything about that. My recommendation is, if you're gonna get icons, even if they're printed, try to find that they have a source prototype that's real. That's my recommendation. My ultimate recommendation is support the icon maker. Go right to an icon maker. Go to Justin in the chat if you want an icon made. You know, give him a donation for his writing capacity. I know it's easier to just go to a store, and I know that it supports your parishes. I'm not saying don't do that. But the real thing is, that's where it's at. You know what I mean? It's almost like, my point of view is like, it's almost like you should have to sacrifice and you know, if it requires funds to get a properly written icon to do that, you know. But that's just my opinion. The cheap mass-produced stuff, if you can not do that, I'd say don't do it. Made in his image to acquire likeness, theosis.
Spiritual union with God.
They aren't denying categories themselves. What do you mean? You just denied categories. You just admitted that you deny categories. You need to show how they are doing that by deriving a formal contradiction. I already did. What are you talking about? I actually did the formal contradiction of P and not P. Humans exist. Humans evolved. Here, humans evolve. Humans evolve. Humans didn't evolve. That's a formal contradiction. Are you a sophist? Humans evolved. P. Humans didn't evolve. Not P. The statement humans evolved can't be true if humans don't exist. If there's no actual category called human. You can't say humans evolved. That's a contradiction.
God is not something we evolve into or create for ourselves. It's a condition entered through obedience and repentance. As we struggle to separate ourselves from the fruit of our disobedience, which is the passions.
You already believe that God has actual infinite powers? No, that's the wrong way to think about God. Infinite powers doesn't include no longer being God. Doesn't include violating the law of identity or logic. So no, we don't have your presupposition about God. Okay? Infinite powers would necessarily, from your view, include not being God. Yeah, the power to not be God. Right? No wonder you accept contradictions.
And of course, sickness and death. When Christians claim that evolution is the way God created us, their position is less coherent than that of the atheists who reject God completely.
It is true.
Because evolution and Christian faith make completely contradictory claims, not just about how we...
P1, humans evolve. P2, humans didn't evolve. Sure, that's a contradiction, but evolutionists don't believe P2 is true. Oh my gosh, dude. They have to believe that humans don't really exist. How can humans evolve if there's no real category of humans? What do we need to draw it out in crayons for you? Of course they have to believe in P2. I could add another premise in there if you'd like. If you're having trouble, no one else in the chat's having trouble completing this for you. Okay, humans evolve. Humans didn't evolve. Here's a supporting argument for premise 2. Humans don't exist. There's no thing called a human. There's no category called a human. So humans, plural, category, evolve is impossible if under evolution, humans, plural, category, can't exist. You wearing your helmet today or what?
Came to be, but about what we are. Evolutionary theory claims an impersonal process of creation. An impersonal process of creation. Christianity teaches that it is God's sharing of his divine image with us, with his creature, which of course is unfathomably personal, deeply personal. Evolution is a denial of the biblical and patristic account of how man became, because it claims...
How can humans evolve if there's no category of humans? Yeah. You're going to answer it, or we're probably not going to answer it. Evolutionists do believe in category. They can... I'm not asking what they believe in, dude. There is a thing called humans. Okay, cool. So if there's a thing called humans under evolution, what's the essential property that makes something a human? Because if it's essential and it's changing, or it's essential and it came from something that isn't a human, it's not essential. You're just in another contradiction. You're a waste of time, dude. All you do is contradict yourself, and then when you get proven to be a contradiction, you move over to something else that's also going to be a contradiction, which is now you're saying they believe in humans. There is a thing called humans. What do you mean? What do you mean there's a thing called humans? Where? But that category is not an abstract. Okay, where from the evolutionary view is there a thing called humans? You fundamentally don't get the problem that you're in. You just don't understand it. I hate to use that framework, that people use on us, but you don't understand the problem.
We began as
For you to say humans evolve or humans exist, it necessitates that there are a bunch of things that aren't human. And if there's a bunch of things that aren't human, then there is something essential about being a human. But if there's something essential about being a human, but humans come from something that's not essentially a human, then it's not an essential. It's accidental. It's an accent. That means humans are a collection of accents, and there's no such thing as a human, dude.
non-living chemicals, which,
Unbelievable.
through, as they say, some unexplainable natural...
Where's the contradiction? Oh my gosh, dude. Are you a troll? I just told you. The contradiction is there's an essential property for what constitutes a human, but also it's not an essential property because it's a product of change. That's a contradiction. That's definitionally not an essential property. That means it's a categorically an accent. It's an accidental property. You're lost, dude. You're lost. Go to liturgy. You can't help people if they're spiritually blind. Telling them logic, telling them contradictions doesn't matter.
Created life. Christians, however, believe that all life comes directly from God. And Christians must understand that evolutionary theory claims that two impersonal forces created us. We are the product of two impersonal forces. They are random genetic change and natural selection. Part of the problem, of course, is that the media and our education systems
For sure.
confuse what biologists know are very distinct. That is, the concepts of development and the concept of evolution. For example,
Thank you so
a
much,
baby's
Josiah.
growth from an egg is development. No qualified embryologist ever refers to it as evolution. These are different concepts. Christians who defend evolution don't grasp what evolution really is. Evolution is the claim that all life has been produced without purpose.
Mm-hmm.
That mindless, unguided mechanisms have resulted in man.
And including in that, shout out to Professor Dave who bit the bullet on this, is that because of that position, that all of life and all of the features of life and the phenomenon of being a human and everything else, of the phenomenon of what makes an elephant and so forth, is produced by purposeless changes. Well, that includes your reasoning. Evolution actually has to deny reasoning. Another problem of nominalism, because reasoning, from their view, would be a product of changes, biological changes, and an accidental feature of the brain that doesn't have the purpose to do that. There's not a purpose to reasoning. So if there's no purpose to reasoning, you can't select which reasoning is proper or which is improper, because reasoning itself is just an epiphenomenal effect. It's not directed. There's no directionality to it. There's nothing. There's no universality to reasoning from the evolutionary view. It's just a particular phenomenon. And the only thing you have in regards to proper reasoning is what's typical. But if what's typical changes and what's typical is improper reasoning, you'd have to then switch and say, no, what's proper reasoning is what's typical, and what's typical is to think men can be women. What's typical is people think we evolved. That's typical. But even the evolutionary view couldn't actually ground their defense of evolution in their reasoning, because they'd have to admit their own reasoning is accidental. There's nothing that makes reasoning proper reasoning or improper, or doing it right or doing it wrong, or using your brain in a good way versus a bad way. That doesn't exist either. It's a real hellscape of a paradigm evolution. The moment someone admits to be a nominalist, you should have a chat bot that bans them. Yeah, they're not. They're total nonsense machines.
Of course, some Christians will pick and choose the bits of evolutionary theory.
You're confusing multiple concepts in philosophy. Are they real concepts or they don't exist? You don't know what you're talking about. As a nominalist, you can't even say the sentence, you're confusing multiple concepts in philosophy. Plus, you didn't even actually tell me what I'm confusing. This is why you should be banned. All I get from you critters is headline statements with no justification, accusations with no references or citations. You never say what you're saying. You just go around it. I'm confusing things. You notice how you didn't actually list anything that I'm confusing? Demons.
They feel fit with their faith. But this salad bar approach has no credibility.
Buffet.
Those who claim that the fossil records support the idea of evolution.
Nominalists can say sentences? Yeah, they can utter. You mean utter things? You've just already contradicted it. Nominalists can say sentences. What does sentences consist of? Is a sentence the same as not a sentence? Is a nominalist the same as a non-nominalist? Right? To use sentences is to refer to and to affirm categories. So you're not saying anything, dude. Utterances. You're saying nominalists have utterances. Okay, I agree. Nominalists have utterances. Nominalists can make sounds and write things on pages. That's not what's in question, bucko. You're confusing linguistic references with classical essential properties. Okay, let's change the language a little bit, nonsense machine. Do linguistic references refer to referents that have realness to them? Yes or no? Is there any meaning or use of a linguistic reference if there's no such thing as a referent? Do you understand there's no such thing as a referent under your nominalist view? The thing they're referring to, you don't know what it is unless it has a real ontological categorical place. So, fine. The distinction of linguistics, name for things, reference versus referent, is a distinction that I hold to, but the language, the name for things, are meaningless if there's nothing real they're referring to. Okay? You're a nonsense machine. Nonsense!
Can't have read the texts. Darwin himself
Totally.
knew and admitted that the process of change is not...
Real ontological categorical place, please explain what does that mean? I mean that when you refer to a thing using language, there's an apple. You're saying there's not actually a real referent called an apple. It doesn't belong in any real category. It's a language, that a linguistic trick that for the purpose of pragmatism looks at an apple and says, that's an apple. What I'm saying is that's incoherent. That means there's no real meaning to use of language if there's no realness to the referent, right? If you reject realism of categories, that apple is in a real category called apples, then when you say there's an apple, you're like, no, guys, I'm just using linguistic references. And I'm like, is there any referent? And you go, no, of course not. That's absurd. I'm a nominalist. There is no referent. It's insanity.
not recorded happening slowly, over time as evolutionary theory demands that it be. The fossils show sudden and widespread appearance, such as in the Cambrian explosion.
I know, it's crazy, dude.
Darwin wrote that he believed,
I can call in and chemistry, and you can chemistry me back. I can call in and waste your time by chemistrying.
that as more fossils were found, the necessary contrary evidence will be discovered.
Yeah, that's actually what the argument is. That's actually the position that I've heard someone say. Things can exist without existing. Ontology, referring to their existence. Things can exist without existing. Okay?
But what have we seen in reality? The opposite has happened. The growing fossil
You can call it, no one cares. You're a sophist. Anything you say is self-refuting. Everything you say from here on out is self-refuting. There's no grounding or anything for what you're saying. You're just uttering, dude. It's just utterances. You already refuted yourself.
record, the evidence points to appearance which is even more widespread and over an even...
I'll just ask you a simple question. It'll be the end of it, okay? Here, absolute optimist. When you use the word apple as a linguistic reference, is there anything real about an apple that makes it an apple as a category? It's a simple question. Let's read the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. No. What is wrong with you? You're about to get completely booted from this island, dude. Answer my question, you sophist pig. When you use the linguistic reference for an apple and you point to one, is there any realness about the category or of the referent?
even shorter period than Darwin first thought. Now, privately,
the apple is an apple. You're out of here. That's your answer. An apple is get out of here. Get out of here. You retard.
What would you say if I
You
told you I
deserve
was mentally
no
retarded?
food. An apple is get out of here. An apple is an apple. Ah!
I just get so mad.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Darwin called this the secret of paleontology. His words, the secret of paleontology. And Chris
3 minutes left. Let's do a super chat train. 3 minutes left. 6 to go. That's a big task. That's a big mountain to climb.
Christians who adhere to his philosophy might ask themselves why it is that this secret is being kept. Paleontologists
Deport
have been desperately
Evo
searching
8s.
for the evidence that they want, they long for. But the fossils
An apple is an apple.
only point to a different conclusion.
Unbelievable, man. If I was the king, it would be brutal, dude. There'd be so much blood. But reality is reality, yeah. Apple's an apple. Yeah, no, the apple's an apple. Well, no, under nominalism, just so you guys, if you missed that, under nominalism, you can't say the apple is categorically an apple. You can only say an apple is particularly one thing that just happens to look like and act like these other things, but that's not real. The relations aren't real. The associations, the universal overlap of what they are, it's not real. You should change the super chats to utterance chats. I will. 2 minutes left. I should change the whole system. Reality is reality, dude. We could have just started with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, forget about all the philosophy talk, you guys. If you guys want to use natural language to engage with the nominalist dum-dums, just ask them, when I point to an apple, is there any real referent, any real reality to the referent of what it is? That's all you have to do. And what do you get? An apple is an apple. Not one goal met. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That of creation. The theory of evolution doesn't match the evidence. And many
Utterance
scientists,
chats.
such as the geneticist
Thank you for your utterances, you
Richard
guys.
Lewontin, admitted this, and many others admit it today. But driven by the rejection of belief in God, they interpret everything in a way that pushes their materialism. It is all about interpretation. Any Christian who supports the theory of evolution
Micro mosaics? You're talking about icons? The little tiles? If that's what you're talking about, yeah.
must understand what it is they're trying to mix into their faith.
2 more chats, 20
this
seconds.
Isn't to do with science versus religion. There are many Christian physicists, many Christian biologists and geneticists.
Maybe. I thought about it.
The issue is it's about using the illusion, the apparent trustworthiness of science to promote a belief, a philosophy.
Face farts.
Evolution is the expression of the rejection of God as creator. To support evolutionary theory is to accept a philosophy rooted in the denial of God. Everything that happened before the fall is unknowable through scientific examination. All of creation is changed. We can only know about the condition of man and the world before the fall through divine revelation.
Thank you, President Retard. Appreciate you.
Those theories that contradict divine revelation must be rejected by Christians. Which of course,
It's true. The true dilemma of theonomous epistemology and autonomous epistemology, evolution does ultimately hold to autonomous epistemology. Because the revelatory model requires an understanding of origin, because our teleology is inextricably tied to our origin, just like every story you ever read, just like every Marvel character. What's so important about the storyline of a character is their origin story. That is basically their creation story. The moment the parents were shot in front of them, the moment they were lost in the woods, and this is their origin story. Humanity itself, without an origin story, has no teleology, has no deontology. There's no duties. There's no directionality for humanity. But included inside of a dysteleological view, included in a dysteleological view is what? Well, that means that the pursuit of knowledge, the pursuit of truth as an action, has no directionality. That's a kill shot, right? Because if you held to evolution, you're assuming that you followed the directionality toward truth, and truth, this directionality led you to that evolution is true. But if evolution was true, there's no directionality toward truth. Okay? That's insane to say that. But that's pretty much what what's his, I forget the guy's name. The guy who established that evolution doesn't value truth argument. It just gets worse, though. The more you look at it, though, it gets worse and worse, the argument.
of course, leaves these Christians with a question. Do they accept and believe in divine revelation or not? Or to all of us, do we place the philosophies and teachings of the world above what Christ taught, above what was revealed to the prophet Moses, and which has been in complete harmony with the church fathers?
Planica, thank you.
To be Christian requires change. It requires obedience and submission. Pride will lead many to cling to the ideas and opinions of their time, that they themselves may have professed for much of their life. And fear of the world's ridicule and rejection will prevent many from even exploring the truth. But all Christians must recognize man was brought into existence when God breathed life into a body shaped from the dust of the earth. And Christ became incarnate that we might be restored to what was lost through disobedience and the reality of the fall. Christ, a real man, overcoming
Thanks,
the
Joe.
error of Adam, a real man. Christ did not become flesh to correct a symbol or a metaphor. He came that we should understand in all truth to what it is God is calling us back to.
Another great take from Father Spiridon. Love it. Who knows? He might even watch some debates. You never know. I really got to clean up my language. So this will be interesting because, Culture Cats, he really loves evolution, this guy. I've never seen him debate it, so I would say he's a bit out of his league, but I'm glad he's debating. We've had some exchanges offline, off of the stream, and he's kind of a fun dude, honestly. I kind of like him. So it should be fun, and we can kind of take the piss out of each other, and it's not personal, so I'm kind of excited for that a little bit. It'll be a fun evening, at least. But he can't defend evolution. Nobody can. It's not because I'm really good at arguing against it. That doesn't help. But it's because you can't defend it. You can't. You just can't defend it. It's an absurd position. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you all. Education in America is all Rockefeller Enlightenment. Yeah, the Enlightenment is really the crop. It's just a crop dust fart. And it's starting to break down. I think people are breaking it down. And even if they're unaware, they're starting to see the failures, and maybe they don't make the connections to its that's part of the cause. And which is why it's such an interesting topic that hasn't really been adequately debated, which is Protestantism. Yes, I didn't forget about you guys. And the Enlightenment go hand in hand, and nominalism is tied into it all. It's all tied in. It really is. It's tied in. The idea of valuing liberty and democracy above all, and it's so important that we need to start wars to spread democracy and liberalism and liberty and justice for all and all this stuff, is sitting on a false, insufficient premise about humanity and its direction and what the value of humans are. It just completely disregards the duties and the direction of man from an Orthodox perspective. How we participate in the world might include politics. It might include managing systems and through matter, moving things around and doing stuff, right, with our God-given capacity. It might include that, but it's kind of been inverted where the starting point of self-evident truth is that you have rights. That's the self-evident truth. It starts with a democracy system where you get stuff. What the heck? No, dude. Imagine trying to take that to church with you. Can you imagine taking the American mind and trying to take the American Enlightenment phronema into the Orthodox Church? I'm not even talking about just in the paradigm of Orthodoxy, that too, but actually literally bringing it into the church and acting on it. Can you imagine acting on liberty above all inside of a divine liturgy? You know what it sounds like? I've seen it in real life at my own parish. 2 young men came in with their very thick Bibles with all these notes in their Bibles, and they sat in the front, and everyone was watching them. They're like, all right, we'll be charitable. Maybe they're just really interested and they don't know what it is. But I could see them looking at each other. I knew something was up. Other men knew something was up. We were actually preparing for the worst, actually. I could see different people, including myself, reorienting themselves positionally to be able to affect something, if we had to, if you know what I mean. But out of nowhere, this black dude, who was one of them, who's a white dude and a black dude stands up. I think it was during the beginning, maybe the start of the great entrance or something, I think. He goes, "I have a message from God!" And two men immediately were like, "Well, we have a message for you and you're leaving. How about that?" But that's an effect of it, right? This is like sovereign citizen approach to Christianity, where you're the revelator. You're gonna say you're gonna be able to dictate how things go because you're free to do it. Okay, psycho. I'm so glad we just booted them. We weren't like catering to him at all. Even before it happened, we were already like looking like this isn't gonna go good. But that's still like, that's a little crazy. That's Pentecostal. That's the norm in these places where they just all get to scream and shout and say they're getting a message directly. And when they, maybe it works at places. Maybe they were trolling. Who knows? The reality is the value of liberty above all can produce and will produce these kind of nominalistic takes and outbursts because it permits it. That's why it permits it. There's nothing you're grafting yourself to. You're grafting yourself to yourself. You're your own tree. You don't mold yourself to the tree, to the ark. You don't get on the ark. You build your own raft. That's America. Build your own raft. There's plenty of room for everybody to build their own raft. Let's import them all. No. I already debated Godless Engineer on something. He just got absolutely wrecked by me and Patrick David. Harry Patrick. What? Cotel. I would debate him. He can try to defend evolution. Fine with me. He's really dumb, though. I had to tell his wife to shut her yap. It was funny. And then he rage quit because I told his wife to shut up. He was like, "I'm done with this. This is so rude." Okay, donut head. Does it ever cross their mind that would be odd for God to give us, quote, rights that he then throughout history would have violated? Yeah, that's, ironically, Chaw, the argument that the atheist has. If God's real, why did he violate rights? It's literally their argument. Like what? Like bad thing happen isn't just catastrophic events like flooding. The reason they point to catastrophic events like the flood or nuking Gomorrah is because the event violates what? My rights. My rights. Oh yeah, I recommend it. It was brutal. You'll have to watch the Tomato Lady though, because she moderated it, but it was brutal. It was a joke. They conceded in their opening. I wouldn't even ask them questions. They literally conceded. The debate was a secular or atheistic view of morality. Can it ground moral truths versus a Christian paradigm? Can it ground moral truths? And they literally opened and said moral truths are completely arbitrarily defined and subjective. Okay. What do you think grounding means, dude? What, a bunch of whack jobs? He had an African show up with his weird African preacher to debate our priest during inquiry classes. Thank God Father Sergio kept them out. Similar people, you saying? Yeah, crazy. Crazy. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. What about me? Yeah, this also, you can see this with the ecumenist sort of impulse in Orthodoxy, where people come into Orthodoxy and they think it's really cool, but the first thing they think, even as early, catechumens or early newly illumined baptized, they go, you know what? I really love this church. I just want to I would really love a ministry to do a ministry and to help the church and to sort of make it different. I think we can really change it to make it better and different. And then you get all, it's not just women, but to generalize, it ends up being more so a female kind of impulse. Because like it's natural for females to want to turn literally every part of reality into a daycare center. Yeah, but I think we should really be open to the idea that because other children can really utilize a longer lunch break. And so what we've developed... Can you imagine Force Valkai in modern day debate in real life against Jay? No, he would never do it, and he also would never debate me. They don't do it. They don't want to. Friendly reminder from FDA for all of us today. Go outside, touch some grass, don't be an addict. Yeah, indeed. Thanks, FDA. Appreciate that. I got to catch up with that guy, by the way. Speaking of, let me show you where I'm at with the icon. I kind of wanted to run down and just get the physical form of it, but I shouldn't really touch it because it's, you don't want to get your finger marks on the gold. So I'll bring it up real quick for you guys, just to show where it's at and show what else I need to do on it. Take a look. See here. Alrighty, where you at? Come on. There we are. All right. Let's take a look at this. Bring this up. The beard was crazy, dude. It was crazy. Like, I almost was like, okay, maybe I can't do this. Sorry. Let me see. Here, we'll get rid of the popsicle lady. Let's see. All right, here we go. There we go. This down. Take this down a notch. All right, this might be good here. All right, here we go. There it is right there. So this entire background is 24 karat gold leaf, 2 layers. I actually going to add, there's a spot right on the right here that's got a little faded. I don't know if it's dust that's settled or pigment. You got to kind of protect it the whole time, which I'm learning. So that'll brighten it up a little bit. And then I have to make the halo, which is like a vermilion color that's around the head. And then I have to do the red border, which is about 3 millimeters around the border of red, clean lines. And then lastly, the name, Saint on this side, Spiridon on the right side. And then I have to wait 5 months. Little interesting tip about egg tempera. The traditional paint mixing the emulsion with the pigment goes back to 1st, 2nd century. And the thing about it is you have to wait. You have to wait about 5 months. Like three, but better to wait 5. And what happens is the egg and all of the enzymes in the egg, they start to harden and cure. And you want to make sure it's hardened and cured before you put on a varnish. And in this case, I'll probably varnish just the paint. I don't know. If I find a good varnish and test it, I'll do it on the gold. But the raw exposed gold, nothing really matches it. You can find some varnishes that just barely change the way it looks, the sheen, but I've never found one that doesn't change it at all. It makes sense. Why would it not change it? Of course it's going to change it. So anyway, this came out I think pretty beautiful. I do need to work on my beards and like I'm just looking for like the traditional way shapes are, the traditional form. But there's a bunch that exist, and then there's a bunch that aren't like that. And so I'm sort of lost in the world of beards, honestly. Like I can't find like quote the proper beard, you know. So, but I'm working on it. I think that's one of definitely the things once you master it after many years, beards might be my favorite thing to actually do. I mean, obviously the garments are really fun with the shading and the blending. Hands are pretty hard. The beautiful book of the Gospels was fun. Wasn't exactly like more difficult than the other things. The hat was kind of difficult. So yeah, I used a prototype. Yeah, any of the icons, I'm not ready to like create my own prototypes. I watch and learn a lot of videos. There's like a channel called Paint the Light that's really good. That they're at the point where they just kind of make their own. Essentially, they're always copying an existing prototype, but they can do it just like on a wall, like freehand, just like they know exactly the shapes, they know exactly the lines by heart. It's like a language. It's like saying a sentence to them. Which is kind of like, I talked about this before, why artists can do quite well with constraints. The very nature of iconography and its rigidity in tradition, application, form, presentation, format, and the rest is actually very, dare I say, liberating for the writer, because they know exactly what they have to do. You know? And there's something about that can really accentuate and amplify your gift, because the format is there for you. It's like a symphony. Like you get really good at music and playing your instrument, and the constraint of the Philharmonic, the constraint of the presentation and the tradition of that format guides your talent, guides your expression. It makes total sense. But most of us spend an entire life as, quote, artists, and we think the fundamental, advantage or cherry on top to being an artist is that there's no rules. It's like, what a lie. What an absolute lie. There are no rules. What a lie. You could, like, that's the worst thing you can tell a kid who you want to guide and water their talent, is to say there's just no rules. I could see that in the beginning. Like, just try to get, just have fun and try to get your sense of, brushstroke, But even that is a pursuit of a rule. Even that, mastering brushstrokes, light brushstrokes, dry brushstrokes, clean lines. You're mastering something that you're basically trying to control something. It's a big super utterance. That's funny. That is a big super utterance. That is. Speaking of utterances, 2 out of 10, 7 minutes left. Let's get those utterances up. Anyway, I'm happy with it so far. I love the process. It's a lot like prayer the entire time. And I'm excited to complete this and wait and cure it and send it out to Chase Haggard, this is his saint. So there's that. I'll keep you guys posted on any new ones that I begin. Okay. What will be fun, Jim Bob, is when we start utilizing religion-based things in nature for our pigments. Yeah, that's cool. That is the most traditional thing to do. Get your own ingredients. Yeah, I thought about that too. Well, I mean, what it comes down to is when I get the chance to hunt a badger. Let's face it. You know what I mean? Thoughts on trans? It's a lie. Violates the law of identity. It's a spiritual issue. Trans is 100% a spiritual issue. Oh, region. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Reminds me of the holy cow. Yeah, get your utterances in. Get your holy utterances in. Holy utterance! The Bible is mythology. Based on what standard? It's cool when you just say stuff. That, like, the most edgy thing you can do is just say an assertion. And you're like, I asserted something today. Owned. The Bible is mythology. Also, the current system we live in ordered itself, accidentally from an explosion. Okay. I could have a badger farm, yeah. I could. Thoughts on Christians being Freemasons? Orthodox Christians can't be Freemasons. History is mythology, yeah. Mythology is history, yeah. How does it violate the law of identity? If you say, I'm a woman, you need to have an identity for what a woman is. The same problem with evolution. You need to have an essential property to say something's a woman. But the thing that they're arguing is that that's a construct. So when you say, I'm a trans woman, you can't transition to a social construct. So that means, like, there is a thing called woman, but there's not a thing called woman. That's the contradiction. Woman is an objective thing that I can be by declaration, but also there's no such thing. There's no real thing that constitutes a woman. It's just whatever I think a woman is. That's a contradiction. You can't say you transition to a woman if there's no referent for what a woman is. It's insanity. 2 out of 10, y'all. 3 minutes left on your utterances. Please support the channel. And especially if you like the icon arc that you're seeing. Let's face it. 24 karat gold leaf. It ain't cheap. Ariana Grande is what a woman is. Yeah. You're an artist making art for God, and you produce some strange-looking portraits in the name of tradition. What are you talking about? Strange according to who? What do you mean strange? This is beautiful. What are you talking about? You're inserting your own standard for strange? Why would we care what you think is strange, buddy? Seriously. Why would we care? That's like saying early scribers who were really good at writing and copying the scripture did it for God, but the characters are really strange looking because they're in Greek. What is this? National Retard Day? Did I miss a holiday? Trying to use the semantics to defeat nature. Yeah, that's what the trans thing is, of course. Yep. They're like, I can be a rock. I mean, we're close to it. We're close to people declaring that they can be a rock. We're pretty close. I don't know why that was. Oh, you just an accidental. Thank you so much, Reed. Appreciate you. Not one goal met. An artistic style that has endured 2,000 plus years. I know. It's people. Wait, it's my holiday today? Nobody told me? Yep. He sounds like that guy probably came from that who's that one black dude who looks like a alpaca. Yeah, totally. Racialism is perfect. It's a perfect example. And it started happening, by the way. Rachel Dolezal. I think she showed up pretty much parallel to like the beginning of like the popularization of the trend of the trans stuff for sure. Liani already said I rock as a person. Yeah. Oh, that's the other part. It's like people can be this thing. You switch it and you say those things can be people. I didn't. Yeah, that's a good catch. Dude wants to complain about icon style. I bet his $5 he absolutely loves anime. Yeah. You gonna make your own varnish? I thought about using Olifa. I asked my teacher about Olifa, and he said, although it's a 2,000 plus year old way of varnishing and protecting egg tempera, a mix of linseed oil and some cobalt dryer and something else. You mix it up and you kind of, what I like about it is like there are people who use it and basically kind of like massage it on, brush it on, but like it's he said he doesn't like using it, but that's just like a preference. So I thought about going full Olifa, but it's quite the process. For instance, you have to do the Olifa process like 4 days straight in a row, and it's all day. You cannot just sit and let it be. You have to actually be there. You have to be there. You have to. You also have to read it. You have to be able to read it and where it's sitting and where it pools, and you have to avoid that ongoingly. So I saw a whole process of a video, and I was like, yeah, that's like 4 full days of uninterrupted. You can't go anywhere. You can't leave. You got to be right there. So proper proportions. I think that modern varnishes, there's ways around it that produce good enough results. I'm not like so sold on, like if I were to be such a purist, I would actually have to hunt a squirrel for my squirrel brushes. I'm like, come on, what are we doing here? Well, I'm not Amish. You know what I mean? I'm not an Amish person. Anyway, what else is going on, you guys? How's everything going? I haven't really been following everything that people follow. Does that make sense? I'm like been disinterested in it all. So, how's it all going? How are you guys? Alrighty, here we go. Taxation without representation. Yeah, there is a bit of ego. I agree with that. There is a bit of ego. That you're like, I'm going to do it the best, proper, most... I have that. That was actually my immediate impulse, by the way. I was just like, I have to do it the proper way, and I'm going to do it, and then anyone else is doing it the improper way, I'm going to scoff at them. I'm going to point at them. It's actually kind of like being baptized again. You know, when you get the zeal. And by the way, the zeal is not a bad thing. People sometimes think zeal is like something you're like, oh, zeal. No, zeal's a gift. You just have to manage it. But my zeal is still in effect, and it definitely is a purist zeal. I'll just admit it. I'm like, ugh. Gold reflective paint. Lord of mercy. Thank you, MKL. I appreciate that. I'm Mennonite. My back is recovering super fast. Good, which has been amazing. Praying in the evening while laying on my back feels a bit odd, but glory to God, I'm feeling 100 times better after being in the ER. Yeah, good. Backs are no joke, dude. Especially if you're like near my age, which I hope you're not. You gotta really watch it. Russell Brand had a Sunday service. Oh, a Sunday service with Russell Brandy. Is it? He really thinks he's got it going on, doesn't he? Sunday service. What we're talking about is love. We're talking about love. Thank you all for being here with my Sunday service. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. Oh, no. Are we gonna really watch this? Is this gonna be one of those things where you pay me to stop watching it? Oh, wow, that's so 5th century. Not nearly ancient enough. Oh, man. Be honest, did it cross your mind that if you really wanted a Hunter Badger for that, you need to fashion your own spear? Oh, it all came... Yeah. Of course. Could you use shellac? Yes, you can use shellac. Like, you use shellac that gets watered down and turns into a clear liquid, and that's an option. I was... Through all of my research and references, and people who have been doing it for a while say that gold... What's it called? Gold something? Hold on. Let me see what it's called. Gold. 1 minute. Gold. Yeah, like waterborne, it's called. Gold, Golden Artist something varnish. Gloss waterborne varnish. Acrylic polymer. Golden polymer, it's called. You still have to wait, though. You have to wait months, but they say that's the go-to. That's the way to go. So I'm gonna go with that. The old Sunday wife with Russell. We're gonna work at your Sundays. I'm in my underpants. I'm in me's underpantsy. Yep.
The bang. We're back with a bang, Massey.
No place in you.
There's a mic.
I don't care if it comes around here. Got my...
The rebellion in the spiritual realm.
Oh no.
A new way of...
Oh no. Oh no. No!
Thank you, God, for the gift of our marriage. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you that by your death we might participate with you in a new way of being, Lord. That the way of the world is not all that's available to you and to us. Available to us in our fallenness, in our brokenness. Oh Lord, show us how the rebellion in the spiritual realm and the rebellion of our kind and our refusal to turn towards your readily available grace has caused our suffering, and we don't need to do it no more. Let's today be of use. In the holy name of your Son, Jesus, amen.
Amen. Chaz and Dave.
Oof. Even for Catholics, they should be like, what?
It made my heart race a bit too much there.
I'm heart racing. I'm getting my levels up. Here we got my levels up.
Dave were before.
Here, Porch Church. Porch Church. Porch Church. Got my Porch Church. We's doing Porch Church. Are we's?
That's
That's
why God made Chaz and Dave.
I actually got to almost adrenalised there, like in a way that's not really helpful to Sunday service, because I've been left feeling like I've been in a nightclub.
Wait, who the hell is this lady, by the way? Do we know who this lady is? Well, is she his doula? It's alright, I'm not pregnant, but I still want a doula. Help me give births to my creative births. She's like a doula for my mind. I could see Russell Brand actually saying that. Actually hiring a doula for his creative births. Instead, if it comes out my wombs, it comes out my mouth.
all my great insights and all my great ideas. They also need a female coaching.
Well, do you know much about Chaz or Dave?
I don't know nothing. I know nothing
Wait, that's his wife?
about Chaz and Dave.
Chaz and Dave were a couple of
Oh.
near
I thought he was married to Katie Perry's for nows.
contemporaries, funny. I think they were session musicians and probably done sessions for pretty good bands, but they were
He does not seem to understand that there is well, yeah, many people too, Topher, right? That like you're like,
This is on my mind. I'm going to just go through what's on my minds right now, called prayersies. Called prayersies on the church. Porch church. Porch church. Church. Porch church. It's alright.
were always regarded as, because they did songs that were about Daniel Johnston. the
Yes, yes.
Texan folk singer.
Yeah, we mentioned
An
him
artist.
a couple of weeks ago, actually. We were talking about,
Saint Daniel Johnston.
were we talking about Genius?
We were talking about genius, and we were likely talking about madness, and we were likely talking about how both of those
this smells like John Lennon and Yoko Ono in their apartment. The whole smell. It's like a smell. It's like this porch torch, you don't smell incense. You just smell people. It smells like people.
components require a sort of decoupling from the dominant system of the realm of our
What?
kind.
Yeah.
What are you saying, dude? How do you do what? You're in a bad position, dude. When you're uttering that nonsense and your wife is like, "Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah." And the realm of the having a birthday doula as a skit for him, maybe the funniest things I've ever heard. Yeah. If I could impersonate him better, like I already have like the wig from Seth. I already have the cutoff shirts. I don't have tattoos, but it could be funny. It's just that it's very hard to do his impressions.
Call it civilized.
I just turned into some sort of train conductor from like the 1400s.
Or society or materialism. And Laura, I've been reading learning a lot lately. A lot.
Well, I think we probably have to...
I've got patchoulis on my tanks.
I can't get out of my head the lyrics to Sweet Child of Mine. I can't stop thinking...
Next on our Sunday service, we're going to look at the lyrics of Sweet Child of Mine.
You're like, where did you go now, right? Because the question is, where have we been? Why have we not...
a month off, then I had a couple of weeks off.
Yeah, but we had 2 weeks off unannounced.
Right.
I just feel like that has to come with some addressing.
And then?
Well, we didn't actually even mean to take 2 weeks off, but Russell and I were not in the same place.
What are you saying? You say you missed 2 full weeks of Sunday porch church service? What are you saying?
This made my day. Poch George. Seth G.
Thank you, Sat G. What are you saying? That's a sin. What are we going to do? How are we going to continue the traditions? You missed 2 porch services.
And we really aren't technical enough to work out. I think I sent one text about how we could maybe do a Zoom, Sunday service Zoom, and record.
Oh, a Zoom service? Is that coming with Zoom liturgy and Zoom sacraments? You got a Zoom Eucharist? You got Zoom Eucharist, do ya? What's that? A Eucharist, emoji?
It, and I think we both just couldn't handle it because we're not really that technical, and we were in different time zones. And then also,
Oh my gosh, stop yapping, lady.
It won't be the first.
This is like, look, this is already a bad idea if it's just him. Like, this is an example of something that couldn't possibly be a worse idea, but miraculously it could be by adding his wife.
It's just me and her, me and my lovely ones, sitting on. Of course, they're sitting on pillows. They ain't got a proper chair. They're just sitting on the groundsies. They got the books, and they got the candles and the necklace.
Look, he's got a stand podium. He's the priest. She's like the priestess. This is what is this?
And I imagine the last.
How are their numbers, by the way? 19,000 views, 6.65 million subscribers. 19,000 views. I would say that's a blessing. I'm going to call that a blessing. 184 comments. I'm going to say that is a blessing.
Last time.
Thank you, God.
During the time that we were separated, like our family, like me and my own, for me it was a very rich and encouraging spiritual time where I was forced to confront the nature of codependency and how, inverted commas, addiction, which is in a sense a near synonym of dependency, can happily nest in circumstances where it is not exposed by being obviously maligned. Usually if you drink all the time and you're puking up and you're beating up your family members, problem. Or if you're becoming unhealthy as a result of your eating habits or your behavior.
Okay, AI church. This is AA church. Okay, I see. I mean, everyone saw this, but like, Russell Brand is just taking the AA model and just making up his own and like kind of grabbing pseudo-Catholic, I think was his angle. Taking that and just kind of making his own little Sunday AA church of addictions.
I don't know, pornography to name but one obvious thing. It's highlighted, but codependency is probably a baseline of addiction and dependency. And when I was away from my family, I had to rely more heavily on God. You know, like the comfort that being with you and our children brings, stripped away. I had to be in London, and I went from being, as you know, in a very, very beautiful, peaceful but powerful environment where you don't know, actually, in the same way that if you're in a garden, in the same way if you're in a womb,
every time,
with all your needs met, until you're expelled, you don't know
what is it without the womanly
what it is that you may have garnered, if it is indeed a second womb, a second birth.
That's why I needed a wife doula for my second birthdays. And I've got so many ideas now on how to start and to spread the church and the gospel. My Russell Brand gospel from the Portuguese.
And I actually did pretty well in London. I had a pretty amazing time spiritually.
Freedom,
like,
isn't it?
For some important meetings.
That's right.
With regard to what's happening in October in our country. And
right.
I was also took the opportunity by God's grace to go on some. I met up with J. John and Killy, our friends, great spiritual teachers. I met up with. I went to the Brompton Oratory. Oh man,
Beautiful.
I had a great time. Me and brother Joe McCann.
Dude, are you serious? What the hell's happening here? And then I did this, and I went on a roller coasters, and I was close to God because it was up in the skies, and it was next to the clouds. It was beautiful. And then I went and watched, it's a sort of like a pig race, but the winner of whoever wins the pig, we eat the pig. It was very strange. And then what else did we do? I went to the mall. I went and watched cricket. Weird game. It's like pick a sport, would you? Is it golf or baseball? Kind of weird, isn't it? Isn't it? Governor, please, may I have some more?
Do EO members have Bible study group? Yes. Thinking about attending a local Orthodox church? Yes. Yeah, there's Bible studies led by the priest.
And I tell you, Laura, it's really encouraged me with my thoughts of starting. There's two things are on my mind now. One, shall I become Catholic? Two, shall we start a holy order? And it seemed to be the kind of things.
Okay.
What's wrong with starting a holy order?
What's the matter with starting a cult, my love? We already got the basics down. Charismatic leader who's wealthy. Womanizer. I sort of look Christ-like myself. Got a man bun? Don't you want to start a holy order? What's the matter with that?
Well, you know, if he became Catholic, there wouldn't be much of a problem there. He could probably do both, actually. Throwing shade. Hey, love you guys. Become Orthodox. But honestly, there wouldn't be actually a problem, honestly. They would just be like, well, yeah, I mean, you could kind of take that direction. We're glad you're a Catholic, though. But, I mean, if that's what you're doing and that's helping you become close to God, who are we to say there's a one road to God and there's other roads, you know, that are wrong? We can't say that.
Oh, I don't know why we need to start something.
Got to start a podcast, start a holy order,
Yeah,
start
okay.
a family,
Well, you're right. There's
start
many.
a business.
There's many startups.
Business? Unbelievable, the pride. You know what I'm saying? If I was the king, both of their heads on stakes in the garden.
Good morning, Russell. Hello. Hello, Russell. How's my tomatoes doing? Thanks for keeping an eye and scaring all of the animals away. Appreciate ya. Have a nice Sunday.
Ups there you've listed, but you know me, I like to fall into a rhythm that's been set to some degree. But
Yeah, she actually wants to submit like a wife does to the priest.
And he's all, well, I can be the priest. I could start something.
She's all, her intuition is going, well, I kind of want to submit to an existing structure that was, I don't know, given by Christ himself. That sounds about right. I honestly want to do that, right?
Well, not me. Oh, you don't have to, love. You don't have to submit to any man-made institutions.
Give us a kiss.
give
us
me
a kiss.
there, because this is not a.
Do you think
Look, shit, like, I wonder what her background is, honestly. What are British people? More, is that evangelical? I forgot. She's even aware of the mixture of what is appropriate and what's not appropriate. Is this church? Should we act like there's a proper way to facilitate, quote, church? Well, if there was, it would already exist. And this is really interesting. Not to like psychologize this, but looking at this from just the surface level, her inclination is submission to something that exists. And with that comes etiquette. She's already concerned about etiquette. Kissing on the lips, anything that could be misread as some sort of sexual advance. She's very aware of it, even on their own porch.
And he's like, well, free? Why can't I start a spiritual order when we just sort of do it on Sundays for the peoples?
Chaz and Dave are still linked?
Oh, yeah, I do.
I still think I'm on the old Kent
Actually,
Road.
do you know what?
Not really? Oh, you're saying that's to the Catholic? You'd be surprised.
Kiss, darling.
He's leaning on the
Anglican,
table with his
thank
elbow
you very
like, oh,
much.
Give us a kiss.
Also, you look like a barmaid. Look at you like for a medieval
Yeah,
barmaid.
I'd say barmaid in the Victorian era. Oh, aye,
Soften her a
aye.
bit.
All right.
Feminise her. Don't make her so brusque.
All right.
Think Nancy from.
Yeah, no,
Oliver
actually,
Twist.
to be honest. Oh, Nancy from Oliver Twist.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes, who are you doing? Advocates ensure unity and holiness, and the tension between unity and holiness, i.e., you can have unity if you have a very permissive church because you just go, yeah, everyone do what you want. Oh, that's okay, no problem, do what you want. Or if you have holiness, you could just keep splitting the church again and again as people focus on some individual principle.
What are you talking about? That's totally false. This guy really is a charlatan, right? He's just so lucky I'm not the king and we don't live in, like, I don't know, 700. I mean, I would tell it to him, to his face.
So, hey, Russell Brand, I pray for you sometimes, but you're a bit lost, aren't you? You know, I just won't tell it to you straight, Governor. If it was in the 700s, and I was If I was in sort of a power position, your head would be on a stake!
I'm lost. I'm lost. This is just garbage. This is, you might as well have a yurt. Might as well reach out to Marty Leeds.
And then... Yeah?
More and more mendicant, more and more renunciate, more and more devout. But how do you, as Paul, the great saint, and many say
Off
man
with your
who say he
heads.
established Christian theology, how do you hold together holiness and unity? Well, I would say with a kind of a decentralized model of subsidiarity where each community
Oh, you mean orthodoxy?
is populated by people that participate in it willingly.
No. Participate in what? In what?
Volitionally, giving
Oh, it's voluntarism, but it's like, this is the thing. He thinks decentralized, ultimately from his view, decentralized actually means you can just craft your own new theology. I don't know.
Does it... Hey, Russell Brand, if your wife was a bit smarter, she'd ask you a question. I don't know, could they be Unitarians? How about that?
He needs to sacrifice his intellect? Yeah, he's sacrificing nothing, dude. That's exactly what it is. All he has is his mind and feelings.
in their labours, like Romans 12 style, each of us being, some person being the ears, someone being the eyes, people bringing what they got to it.
No, dude. No. This is unbelievable. It's not actually unbelievable. This is where we're at. This is how broken the movement of the this is the entailment. This is the logical endpoint of moving away from orthodoxy historically. This is what you get. You get porch sermons. You get porch theology where it's just a husband and wife trying to figure out in real time, talking it out what they're doing. They don't even know what they're doing. They're talking about what they would be doing. You know what I'm saying? When you go to liturgy, you don't talk about what you're doing. The liturgy is the work of the people. It's in action. It's established.
They're like, what are we doing? What is it? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What are they doing? They're talking about what they should be doing.
And the lady's like, should we? Can't we just adhere to someone else's established practice?
No, we're going to start our own. What are we doing?
But the broader church is made up of many, many communities that have their own focus. Obviously, the plain things are the main
Nominalism
things type stuff.
I think one week I might have mentioned that an acquaintance in Australia had told me that in her community she's doing something called something like kitchen table church or something, where
We are proud of what we're like. We are proud of what we're good at. We are proud of who we are.
So kitchen table church, the priest is the chef? Oh my gosh, I just feel, it's honestly, I used to get mad at this. Now it makes me sad. It just makes me sad. Speaking of sadness, 5 minutes left, 4 left on the goal.
they sort of meet up, share a meal, have discussions, and it's led by presumably whoever's hosting that week. And I do like that. When I'm, remember when we were asked, do you want to go to that sermon? It's maybe going to be under an oak tree.
Yeah.
I was into that.
I'd love to go to a sermon under an oak tree.
Yeah, that would have been nice. We never went, but that would have been nice. This actually...
This is it? This is what's directing your path? Well, I'd really like to... I don't know about orthodoxy that's been around for 2,000 years, keeps its liturgy, still doing ancient liturgies from back to the 1st, 2nd century. But I really want to do a sermon under the oak trees. No, I want to do a sermon next to some sheeps. No, well, I want to do a sermon at the top of a water slide. It's funny, you should say that. I wanted to do laser tag liturgy. Wouldn't that be fun? Bit of fun.
She reminds me, when I was younger, and I really can't remember where this is, but maybe someone, but it would have to be someone in England, might remember this.
Give me some of that.
I want some of that. When I was at school, there was a school trip once, and we went to watch Bible stories acted outside somewhere rural, right? This is the thing.
Is that what it said on the flyer?
I think so, probably.
Bible stories. acted outside.
Somewhere rural.
No
Yeah.
time wasters, please.
Yeah.
Skydiving
basically,
church.
I feel like I want to remember where that is because it was really, really evocative. I remember it now.
What ones did they do?
They would do. I think they had like real sheep and stuff. Like it was.
I didn't even watch this, you guys. I didn't even watch this. I can't believe she just said that. Unbelievable. That's so weird. I can't believe that.
I mean, I think it was. I feel like it was
What the hell? What the heck, dude? That's weird.
many of the most prominent Bible
David and Goliath?
stories. No, I don't remember that. I remember it
They have the same hair.
was there was a
Nearly
Jesus, there was a
giant for that.
Jesus because he was walking through, and I remember there was maybe streams with little bridges. There was a hill like Henman Hill or whatever, that vibe where people are sitting on the hill.
It's a weird reference.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of, I feel like it might have been in Wimbledon. That's probably where it was, somewhere like that. Anyway,
Do you want to explain what Hemon Hill is now?
Wimbledon, is it not called that?
No.
Okay.
This is it? This is your guys' church service? This is what it is? This is what you guys are doing? Oh my gosh, man. Lord of mercy.
Gumbel was revitalised Christianity in the 90s in prisons, in a variety of places, and actually worldwide. And he's been a sort of significant influence also in our faith journey as Nicky and Pippa and some people that are around him, like Michael Emmett, God rest his soul. And these two churches, the Brompton Oratory, very traditional in its way, Catholic order, and the Protestant, very progressive guitars, kind of nice, open, come as you are type of version of a church. The two of them, we parked behind them off Brompton Road, which is pretty near where Harrods is in Knightsbridge. And Joe said, I think the front door's this way, let's walk around. And I said, I think
Get your 4 left taxes in. You got 1 minute and 34 seconds. You got 4 more on the taxes goes. Don't leave your mayor hanging. Don't leave your governor starving.
the front door's this way, let's go this way. And we walked off in the way that I suggested. But Joe was right and I was wrong. So I said, why don't we climb over this wall?
Oh, yeah.
And we'll be in there. And climbed over the wall, we jumped in, and we were in an astonishing garden back there, like the size of half a football field, which always is it's a joy, isn't it, in the midst of a city to
I love it.
encounter a
Oh,
wide
yeah.
open space.
Do you remember when we used to do As the Crow
Yeah, if he actually went there, she would follow. Yeah, Chaw, exactly. That's exactly right.
Flies?
Yes.
We would walk, just straight, even if it meant you had to walk straight over a wall. We went into the Barbican, didn't we? That was amazing. And the one that I'm
This is your church service? Still, stories? What the
used-
heck?
Thank you so much, Abby. Governor?
No, allowing him to love you and making more room in yourself for him to be present. In this state, some other things have happened concomitantly, Lord. One,
Yeah.
reading non-canonical scripture, specifically the Book of Enoch. 2, learning new prayers. 3, learning new meditation techniques
Yeah.
that induce altered states. And 4, I think being a bit more chilled, actually,
Well, yeah, I was
in my
gonna say-
interactions with people.
I was going to say my own experiences of being not with you. You go into a sort of flow, I guess, and you're kind of more out and about, whereas I go into a sort of hermitude. But enjoy, like I like not going out and stuff. I sort of see it as the sort of like the feeling of like, well, I could just stay in all day. I don't have to see anybody. And in that time, I do feel restored by that. But I also know that when we come back together, we have to find the balance of, okay, we can't go out all the time doing spontaneous adventures and going and doing this thing. And the same with you. Yeah, and I also know that we, it's vice versa, isn't it? But we find a good balance when we're together. But when we're apart, I think that we both learned how do we stay
I can't do it.
relaxed and chilled? How do we still be in surrender? How do we bring the sense of serenity? How do we bring the sense of serenity that we got from our self-instructed sabbatical, if you will, whatever?
Self-instructed. Does that sound right to you? They like say it. They don't even care.
We're calling it. It was a restful month. How do we bring that back into our life and form the new rhythms for our day-to-day normal, whatever it is that we consider to be normal? Because as Russell reminded me before this podcast,
Let me translate. How do we take our self-instructed, isolated, personal experience that we call Christianity or God or whatever the hell they're going to call it, and how do we live it? You can't. It's nominalistic. You can't live it. That means each person has their own unique thing, version of what God is, who God is, what God is, how to practice. They know their own problem. It's crazy. They don't care, though.
I could have sent this money via YouTube, but I don't want to make you a liar when you say not one goal met.
I know.
Ja, 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 ja.
I know.
God bless your yotness.
You feel bad because they could just go do this awesome thing instead of rambling. They could. And she could resolve all this. Like, you could see the theme with her if you listen to her. The theme is she's wondering what the direction is and what what is the proper application of practice. If she goes into her hermit view where she just internalizes everything away from people, the question was, how do you bring this into your life? Well, if the life is not the liturgical life, then there is no model. There is no lattice. There's no metaphysical or spiritual lattice to your action, because your home is an extension of what? Well, in Orthodoxy, your home's an extension of the church. Your life is a reflection of the liturgical church. You know, the hierarchy of your home is a reflection of the church. Your marriage is a reflection of the marriage in the church. All of it's reflective. They're self-reflective. This is like hell. They don't even know they're in a type of hell.
Well, I just developed my own sort of autodidactic approach to this. But the question is, how do I apply it outward? You can't. You can't, because outward and inward are the same thing from your model. There is no thing to reflect. There's nothing that's a referent that exists that your then life and your marriage and your home is reflective of and guided by. It's of you. It's a reflection of yourself, which is like the ultimate, like, solipsistic approach to any religious view, by the way. Any.
We aren't normal, because sometimes I go, why can't we just talk like normal people, you know? And what I mean by that either means we don't analyse stuff, or it means we talk because we do spend a lot of time with our kids, don't we? And sometimes I'm trying to tell Russell something I'm interested in that's maybe not something I want to tell the kids, or I don't
Because it was about a mother who'd murdered her children.
It's just so bad. It's just all, like, I can't even watch it anymore. It's all struggle session. It's all intellectualizing struggle session. There is no actual practice. The practice is more struggle session. So talking about stuff is in fact their practice. That's one of their sacraments. Struggle session.
Well, we're gonna get down to the bottom of it.
It's just so bad. It shows. Like, I'm glad that, like, you look at their views. It's like 20,000 views for a nearly 7 million sub count. Only 184 comments for a 6 million sub count. I mean, good. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, they're all about being different. Yeah, that's his wife. Yeah. Yeah, it's the structure of it is all wrong, by the way. Like, Russell Brand wants to be the priest leader, but he also tries to give off this fake facade that it's egalitarian. He's in a contradiction.
It's draining, isn't it? It's a procession.
It's too hard. Yeah, I could go on forever just roasting them, but it's too... It's actually... I get quicker to sadness now. Because they're like true, like they're so lost. There's no map. It's crazy. There's no map. There's no terrain. There's no legend to the map. It's just
lost in the woods. We'll make a fun of it. We'll make a good old time of it.
Oh yeah, he's gonna start. He literally just told his wife.
Well, we can all either be Catholic, or we can start our own holy order. Start our own holy order? You don't say. What, it's raining outside? Let's do a quick sky baptism, miss.
Borborites? What is that? Borborites? Wait, what's a Borborite?
What are you saying? What's a Borborite? The Barbarites, the grossest and worst heretics ever. Really? They're not all the Barbarite Gnostics, eh? What does this guy have to say about it?
The Barbarites, also known as the Barbarites, the Secadenians, the Socadites, and recorded in Egypt as the Thibadites. This Gnostic group were known for their secret meanings in their writings, so their writings weren't meant to be taken literally but symbolically. The name Barbaros is the Greek word for mud, so implying that this group, Barbarites, referred to themselves as filthy ones or dirty ones. So,
yeah, Russell Brand. Yeah, Marty Leeds. You're filthy.
This is more than likely not the case, and this is most likely propaganda written by Athanasius or Salamis, who wrote most of what we know about them in order to discredit them. Now, it's said they had a large collection of holy texts, such as the Gospel of Perfection and the Gospel of Eve, which could be one and the same gospel that was destroyed and now lost to time. We know it existed due to references of it from their opponents. Now, it said they had their own book of Nerea, which was a story of Noah's wife. They favoured the Gospels of Cephian Gnostics, so this could imply that they were their own version of Cephian Gnosticism. They have said to have kept and read the Apocalypse of Adam. They also said they had their own version of the Gospel of Philip, or it could be the same Gospel of Philip.
Cool, I have that shirt.
That was found in the Nag Hammadi library. Now, they have said to have favoured stories that included Seth and Mary Magdalene in them. Now, they have also said to have the story of Mary Magdalene being covered in hair and being out in the wilderness, which has survived today in oral tradition. Now, they believe that Yahweh or Sabbath was an imposter lesser god, so god of the Jews. So they read both the Old Testament and the New, and they believe that the God Jesus spoke of was different to the old vengeful god of the Old Testament. And they believe that Yahweh or Sabbath was depicted as a pig, and this is why the Jews were forbidden to eat pork. Now, they believe that this lesser god...
I feel like this is like an episode of Love on the Spectrum.
created the lower level...
Hey, like, at any moment, they're going to cut to the girl that he's supposed to meet up with.
...of heaven and earth. So they believe there were 8 heavens, and each were ruled by their own army.
And, you know, like, there's the mom who's always there, and then after his big rant, she's always like, so did you ask Stephanie any questions?
They believe that 8 heaven was the real heaven, and this is where Barbelo lived and Jesus Christ. They referred to Barbelo as the mother of all living.
Dude, can I take this guy's audio and animate that? Is that wrong? I love doing that. There's something about real audio that you just can't replace, like with a written audio. And all of the times I've used real audio with animating, it's always better. Like, I can't write better than reality. I just want to animate this guy sitting at like a park bench, and there's a girl he wants to talk to, and he's just rambling. Or it's a date, like maybe it's in a nice evening, a fancy 5-star restaurant, and it just, it's just...
And the father of all, so being androgynous, the mother, father, God. Now they believe that this is where all souls actually belong, and this lesser God created earth in order to trap souls so humans may worship him.
So do you, what else do you like to do? Do you like ever watch movies, or...
Now, they denied that Christ was born of Mary, as they believed Jesus was a spirit form, so they rejected Christ even having a human body. As they believed Jesus was a spirit, Christ was a spirit that had always existed. Now, this is why they rejected the resurrection, as they believed that...
By the way, speaking of Gnostic nonsense and astrotheology and all that, it's really going to piss Marty Leeds off. DPH from Cotel and myself, we're going to do a dedicated dual stream on astrotheology. So we're going to organize clips and references, and we're going to do probably a pretty epic stream on it, which is really out of the woodworks, because it's like astrotheology in the grand scheme of things is like kind of irrelevant. These people exist in their little huts, and they're still doing stuff. But it's a fun topic because of how, one, incompatible it is with Christianity, but two, how incoherent it is. It's totally incoherent. It's flaws, not to ruin the future stream with David Patrick Gary, but the flaws out in the open are, it has epistemic flaws. There's no interpretive system for it. That's already anything anything else that's in question is in question for that reason to begin with. So, but it's going to be fun. It'll be fun to do a stream with him about it because, you know, people still fall victim, or I should say they're vulnerable to that kind of worldview, you know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Show us your Spawn figurines. Yeah. Thank you so much. Kicking the goal off. A bit unrelated to the topic at hand, but is there a Christian view on spaying and neutering pets? I want a dog or something. I actually don't know. I think that would fall in line with like stewarding animals. Myself, I could be wrong, but talk to your priest. Russell Brand, of all people, need the guardrails. Yeah, he needs to keep his ego and his thoughts and his musings in check. But I'm also kind of glad that he went sort of Catholic route. Like, I know I shouldn't say that because ultimately we want everyone converted to Orthodoxy. But the selfish part of me is like it's like a relief because he would totally pervert it immediately. He would. Like, he'd be the public person who's perverting and taking the distinctions and moving it into his own sort of custom filter. Like, it would be horror. Like, he'd get called out for it, but like, I'm glad that didn't happen. Yeah, it's really important to have good priests, honestly. Speaking of, we need clergy. The amount of people converting and inquiring into Orthodoxy is outweighs the priests that we have available. Now, of course, to be a priest, you have to be already Orthodox, so it kind of is a good thing in the grand scheme that to get a lot of priests, you're going to need a lot more people converting if we're talking about 20, 30, 40 years. Anyway.
What is it? What is it doing?
I remember Jay said when he went... Wait, went where? Did I miss something? To the Vatican? Ye went to the Vatican? I've been to the Vatican. I was unaware of anything theological at the time, though. So I was just like, what is this city? This smells like power. Do they have beer? I want a sardine on bread with olive oil and lemon. Oh, quanto costo? Oh, molto bene. Oh, molto morte, eh? C'è la lume, mezz'amara, mamma mia, dare, eh? Vica mia, cutarara, mamma mia, baracciolo. Sitaruna, musa grande, itta bai, itta bene, baccalara, mare dei. Estrende vitivil, estremende fici mir. Oh, mamma, zuma, zuma, baccola. Oh, ma... Sir, you can't do that. This is the Sistine Chapel, sir. Okay, fine. I'll bow to Pachamama. I can't sing Louis Prima, but I can bow to Pachamama? Unbelievable. I'm out of here. I'll take a t-shirt to go. And that tchotchke thing. Oh, in Italy? The best. The best. Reading Genesis, Creation, Early Man by Father Seraphim. Have you read? Yeah, I'm about 1/16 the way through, which doesn't sound a lot, but 1/16 of that book is 500 pages. It's good. You just got to kind of be ready to soak it in, though. It's like I have to go in sections with this book. We should at least give him... Yeah, we'll give him a chance. Honestly, he's got to have a really good guard, you know? And his life, Russell Brand's existence is catered toward taking things, putting into his own basket and being like, well, I'm going to repurpose this. I really love this idea of the phronema and the noose. Guarantee he discovers the noose this year. I guarantee it. Well, I really discovered it, and I really love these. And then he just, like, makes his own new book about, like, the Christ noose. Doesn't even care. Just does it. That's right.
7 ways to restore your nous, none of which are abiding by and practicing orthodoxy.
I see the need for priests, but I'm unworthy. Well, yeah, that's how I think. I also need 2 to 3 years just being Orthodox. I know. It's a long game. It is. It's a long game.
How can I market this? No more news.
What was his other channel? Something news? True News?
True news.
I guarantee it. Look, I'll call it. Russell Brand is going to discover orthodoxy from his own position, not from an authoritative position. He's going to use his autodidactic tentacles, and he's going to start a channel called True News. Like news, but it's spelt noose. Guaranteed. Unbelievable. Put him in a cage. He's always been nauseating. He is. He's too much energy. He may have stopped doing drugs and stuff, but he's on cocaine forever. Like whatever it was, he embodied uppers. He's manic. Like his level of energy is like it's like these gematria guys. There's just so much spilling out of his mouth. Can you imagine our priests talk like that during like liturgy, or even worse, like during confession? Can you imagine that? Just like basic questions you have, spiritual guidance, and they're just rambling. Yikes. Yikes. Can't super chat? Oh man. Yeah, you can send a Bob chat. You just use Vagine. She's our third party communicator. Bobchats.com. Artemis, thank you for recommending that to everybody. You don't like anchovies? Neither does Megan. It's just like any smell, anything that's not sushi, that's fishy, it's done. I have to basically cook fish when she's like outside on a walk or something like this. Orthodoxy is much caught as it is taught. Wait, what? You got to go to liturgy and put in the time. Yes. You got to practice. If you're Orthodox, you got to practice. If you're Orthodox, you have to go to liturgy. If you're Orthodox, you have to have fellowship. You have to have a parish. That's what I think. Do you think someone could embrace Orthodoxy without the idea of submission to a higher authority? No. It doesn't work. I love fish and sushi. I love sushi so much. I love it so much. It's so good. My family's Orthodox. My brother believes in evolution and some pre-physical fall. No clue where he got it. Would you suggest the system defeat her? Yeah, I mean, just take your time with that, because honestly, people who sometimes adhere to evolution, they don't really fully grasp the commitments that they're holding to. They're really like I'll put it like this. I think most people are holding to social commitments, that they're holding to a social adherence to a view that seems to be, under their view, established, and there's pressure to hold to it. But the real commitments are metaphysical commitments, and they're horrifying. But I don't think, if he's Orthodox, I don't think that's the pressing issue, because people don't live their life from the perspective of evolution being true. So I know it sounds kind of funny that, like, it's a horrifying view. It's completely incompatible with Orthodox Christianity. But understanding that that's not actually where they put their practice in. That's not where they live their life, is from the evolutionary view. It's like this surrounding sort of a dogma that leaks in, and it's from the morass. It's from the morass. Evolution is a morass around us that people are just kind of in. So don't take people too seriously when they say, I believe in evolution, because they usually don't even know what they're saying. They don't even know what they're actually affirming, really. So maybe don't actually, it sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but maybe don't focus on that. You know what I mean? Because then they'll they don't need to hold on to that. You want them oriented toward orthodoxy in its practice. Very, very few people are actually on the daily thinking about evolution or the consequences of believing that you came from a beast or the consequences of Christ taking on a beast nature. They're not really thinking like that. So we got to stop pretending people are thinking in their daily routines at this level. They're not. So, did I show it? Yeah, I showed a picture of it. It's right here. I was surprised. I'm surprised with the outcome. But there's more to do. I have a border, I have the halo, and I have the name. And that's it. And then I have to wait 5 months to varnish it. So, Chase Haggard, you're going to be waiting at least 5 months before this is in your home. But in the meantime, I could start on new ones, though. That's the kind of cool part about iconography. While these are curing and waiting to be properly varnished, you can just lay out your next one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Says nothing. My favorite kind of Indian. Sashimi, sushi. I'm getting hungry for it. What is it? Let me look. I have an app. Fast free. Huh. It's a fast free day. Well, lookity that. The eyes look great. Yeah, I actually like that I can do something that moves away from the soulless savage meme eyeballs. Do I have to fast? Not that I know of. I'm going to talk to my buddy Justin about that, like whether you fast or even during the most strict fasts, like the long ones, is that the proper time to write or is that not the proper time to write? These are things I'm learning. I like learning. Tongue oil? I don't know. I've never heard of that. Is that the sweat of children in sweatshops that's like accumulated into an oil? If so, let me know where to get some. What is that? You have to do the gold? Yes, you do the gold first. Yep. That's another thing. I want to do the gold first and figure out a way to protect it because honestly, just the surface, just the area that I'm working in, like dust, particles from the wax paper, particles from the pigment, it just starts to creep onto the gold. So I think I'm going to try something in the future. I'm going to do the gold. I'm going to find a varnish I like that I just have to bite the bullet and say, the gold needs varnishing. It needs to be protected. And so next icon, I'm going to lay the gold down. I'm going to find a varnish that doesn't take away the shine too much, but is okay enough so that it keeps that very clean sheen, that clean reflection. And so I don't have to worry about smudges and things accumulating on it because it's really annoying to try to clean it. It's really annoying. So I have to keep laying like new sheet on to hide the dirty part. That's a wasted gold. I gotta make my own sweatshop. Yeah, that's what my family is. You're gonna try to write any small? Yeah. Justin does a really good job. You should definitely follow him, Justin Merck. He's doing really small. Yeah. Really small ones. I like 8x10. I'm going to really kind of stick with that. 8x10. Like, I like the idea, even though iconography is super varied in size. You know, there's wall, there's dome, there's, you know, on panels, there's all sorts of things. But I like the idea of really getting into one size and just repeating that and sort of mastering one size. I don't know if that's a good idea. I hope I'm not Dave Matthewsing myself. I hope I'm not taking the Dave Matthews approach to music. I hope I'm not taking that approach to iconography. Yeah. Tongue oil comes from the tongue trees. They grow in China. Figured. There's a lot of different oils you can use for varnish, though. That's what I've seen. So I'll just go with the gold one, the golden whatever polymer. See how it works.
This is a scam. My previous one didn't get read, so I have to pay again. Don't redeem, sire. Don't redeem my Bob chart.
Thank you very much. That is a very generous donation, like the one I left in the public pool.
Why, Kevin? Why? 6 minutes. 7. 6, 7? Did I just 6, 7 you? Oh, man. Oh, man. I did it. 6, 7. What is it? 140? Man, I can't believe I used to stream until like 3. What was I even talking about? Someone tell me. What was I even talking about for that many hours? Someone tell me. 5 minutes, 7 left. 5 minutes, 7 to go. 6, 7. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Nade, mama me mom, boo made, baba goo gob. Was I ever a Christian? I don't know if I can listen to Derek Mythvision, honestly. I don't think I can do it. Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens, Candace Owens, Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens, Candace Owens, Candace Owens, Candace Owens, Owen Benjamin, Candace Owens, Bob Dylan, Candace Owens. That's my feed. Ben Shapiro. How is Ben Shapiro? He's bound to give his view, right? He's bound. This train is bound for glory. What am I reading? Oh, I'm just making a joke reading my feed. I'm reading the feed. Let me see. Jew harp music from Hungary. 1 hour long video. Nice. 4 minutes, 7 to go. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Used to find videos to make fun of? I know. What happened, Steele? What happened to me? Did I become an adult? I think I'm feeling bad for people quicker. I think that's what happened. Even Russell Brand, I'm like, oh, okay, that's a horrifying. I feel bad for you. Lord of Mercy, prayer for you. How to Slay a Wizard by Owen. I mean, I could roast that. How to Slay a Wizard. On Straight Bible. Wow, that's funny. That's funny. That might be funny. I don't know if I can listen to his retardation, though. It's definitely fun to mock, though. Because it's so endless. Endless well of retardation from that guy. But, that's kind of his trick, though. He's like, I'm so retarded, everyone highlights how retarded I am. And it's like free billboards. Smash the goal! Thank you, Austin. Appreciate you guys. 2 minutes. Can you guys do it? 2.5 minutes. 5. Unheard of. He had a stream with Sneak. I saw that. It's just stupid. It's the same crap. Right now, along with many people, they're basically latching on to, like, if they can get a cage match with Andrew, basically. Like, that becomes their whole identity. Like, that's what they have to offer. By Top Lobster, yeah, Top Lobster. Thank you so much, Abby. Appreciate you. I don't know if I can take it, though, on a Monday. How to stay away. Let's just look at a little bit. Let's see. Let's just look. Let's just do a little bit. 150, 4 left. It's possible. That's 2 in 2 minutes. That's 4 in 2 minutes. It's possible. At least it's not closeted Bible. Consider sending a dono. Support Jim up. Yes, indeed. I'm just a little guy on the interwebs. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy streaming from the edge of his bed. For the house fund, thank you so much. Yeah, I hope that goes. I'm praying for it. We've waited and sacrificed a lot in this little small place we're in for a long time. So I hope it goes. I hope it goes well. 2 more, 1 minute. I gotta go to the gym, though. I am so fat. I'm overweight. I'm 5'10" and I'm 190. Horrifying. I've never been overweight. There's never been a time where any kind of metric would say, you're overweight. Now I am. Oh, man. It's so depressing. Am I still allowed to play with my friend Tony? Of course I am. Hell yeah. 1 more, 15 seconds. Well, not 1 goal met. Hey, I hold true to my promises, right? Not 1 goal met. There you go. Stop eating breakfast. I usually don't. I don't actually like breakfast. I don't. Like, I'm kind of a sucker for a bagel.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
But I don't really enjoy it. Like, I could eat something that's breakfast oriented at like 11:30 and like it. I don't like morning eating in the morning is gross. I'm even grossed out people eating in the morning if I see it. I'm like, ew, who eats in the morning like that? Why are your priorities? Why are those your priorities? Yeah, Jim Blob. Yeah, exactly. You guys should shame me more. I mean, that's the good thing about showing a picture of your stomach to a bunch of strangers. That'll really get things going. You know, I tried to take shortcuts though. Like, I was following Clavicular for a while, like, and I was like, wait, he's hitting himself in the head with a hammer? I was like, does that work for my gut? No, it doesn't. Show me your tummy. Show me your tummy! We'll see. All right, should we even try? I don't know if we should even try this. Like, I want to hear the dumbness, but I don't want to hear his voice. Yeah, I don't know if I should. I'm 6'2", 185. Nice. Yeah, that's underweight. You're underweight. If you're not working out, definitely don't eat in the morning. Yeah, I think that's good. Chewing gum exercises the face. The government has deregulated suppressors. Are you getting one? That sounds cool. Yeah. I would love to have one, like on a SIG. It'd be sweet. It'd be awesome. Awesome. Yeah. Should we do this? Oh, should I do this? Oh, God. I don't know if I can listen to his voice. I hate his voice so much. Owen Benjamin says he's like the equivalent of Hillary Clinton, but for a man. He's like the Hillary Clinton voice, but for a man. I can't do it. I can't even look at his dumb face. I can't even look at that guy without being like, well, that's a lineage we should stop. I can't do it. I can't do it. Ozempic Bob. Yeah, Ozempic Bob. I feel like these like famous people are really just not, they're shameless. They're like, I'm on Ozempic. They're haunting. Their face is haunting. They look like skeletons. They're like, this is where I need to be. Like, why? Why? You know what's cool? Yeah. 7-1-105. That's impossible. Manute Bol, maybe? Manute Bol. If it gets bad, turn off. It already got bad. I listened to it, and I only heard 15 seconds without even bringing it up on my stream. And it got bad. That's how bad. He looks dirty and his beady eyes are insane. Yeah, his whole being is totally demonic. But it's just such a fun target, though, sometimes, you know? It's like a trade-off. I'm trying not to make that trade-off too much, though, recently. I'm telling you, it's the iconography. I'm telling you. John Goodman, I saw that. I sent my brothers. Only one of them got it right. They were like, John Goodman. I was like, wow. That's cray. He just might be old, though. That happens when you're old, though. I'll take some of your weight if I can have some hair. I'd give you my back hair. I'd send it to you. You know, it's awkward when I go get my hair cut. I wear a V-neck backwards. That's actually really funny. You know, just to give them a hint. I wear a very low V-neck that I never wear other than going to get my hair cut. And they have to stand there awkwardly and they're like, they're just looking at my back. And I'm like, that's a part of my hair. That's a part of my head. It's like obvious. It's like they can't look away. That's really funny. I should actually try that next time. That made me laugh. Yeah, I'd give you the hair off my back. Yeah, not the skin, but the hair. Axiomatic. Oh, this guy wants to debate me, actually.
You know, things like science and misinformation and various things along those lines.
This guy wants to debate me.
So yeah, I reached out to James and very happy he was willing to try out a debate here. And I'm grateful to Ken Hovind. Thank you for agreeing to debate more of a science versus anti-science discussion.
Not science.
So I'd like to dive a little bit more into that. But overall, right, evolution is a topic in science. Typically requires a cohesive understanding of a large number of other topics. In physics, you know, anatomy, botany, chemistry, biology, various type of modeling, things along those lines. I have some papers to show here and there, I guess, for the presentation.
How about I go to sleep forever? I'm gonna become the best channel of reviewing things that I never get to. Oh, we got a great stream for you guys. We've queued up 11 different videos we're gonna review. And then I just start like 6 seconds, I'm out. I'm done. I hope you guys enjoyed that. How about no? How about you literally are boring me to literal death? Like I'm dying. Like I'm dead. Like my mind and my spirit, it just collapses into a pile of darkness. Goodness. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. This is where I'm at. You're looking at it. Apparently the Icon arc comes with some consequences. Your review, Evo, lies very well, and it's a great public service. I know, but he's too slow. Like, he's too slow. I can't do it. Ugh. Review different types of chickens. There's a lot of chickens. I used to know the names of a bunch. I really like the silkies. Those are cool. Should take up cycling. I could see that. I actually think that calisthenics is where I should be. Biking's okay, but I'll just get a hemorrhoid. Sorry to be visual, but that's just true. It's emotional abuse. I don't know if I can go back to that. Like, I was really tempted with Blowin' Benjamin to watch his retardation, but I just hate his voice too much. It's like a demon whisper. It's like a cackle. I don't know. The internet, there's not much offering, honestly. I don't see much offering. Astrotheology in the Bible? Oh, boy. No. 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 What do you think about rewatching the Candy and Andy show? Look. Suicide is wrong. Just lift heavy? No, that at this stage of my life, that's just going to hurt me. That's like straight up injury time. Like, oh yeah, just lift really heavy stuff and get a herniated disc and then just be a wheel bob, I don't want to be wheel bob. I'm late. Did you speak on Tony and Rachel? No, I don't know anything to speak on. Are they chatting? I know they might be DMing each other. That's all I know. I said figure it out. Stop texting each other and call each other. Names. Your buddy Mahler reviewed the Candy Andy debate. That sounds like hell too. Sounds like absolute hellscaping. Candy Andy's mold. I actually stopped watching. I was promising at first. I told you guys weeks ago. Me and Megbob started watching because I never saw it. I was like, cool. X-Files is kind of cool. 6 episodes in, it's just slow repetition. Slow. Dark colors. Slow. Dark. Mulder, Are you saying you don't believe in the supernatural? I'm saying I'm looking at the evidence. Are you saying that the other stuff doesn't exist? Mulder. Shut up. I loved it. Dude, watch it again, Austin. Let's see what happens. See if you can get through 5 episodes. Unless you mean I loved past tense X-Files and you're literally talking about last week when you watched the whole thing alone. Is that what you're telling us? You loved it past tense like last week or like 15 years ago? Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I think that's the way. And I have a friend who can coach me on it, so it's doable. I looked at some of the things, and it's just like half hour of pretty intense movement that is going to start horrifying, that like everything else does. All fasts, they start horrifying. Going to the gym it's horrifying. I mean, me just trying to bend my body into an L shape right now is some of the most embarrassing, sad things you could ever watch. Just a sit-up, what it looks like me doing a sit-up, or even tying my shoe. Like, I can feel my stomach right now. Like, it's like as a separate part of my body. Like, I could close my eyes and actually feel the separation between what I think my body is and my stomach, which is like an invader. I still haven't graduated to going to the gym and coming back and Megan saying, "What did you work on?" And I go, "Arms and stomach." She's like, "Abs?" And I'm like, "No. It's still my stomach. It's not abs yet. When I get abs, then I could say, yeah, look at my working on my abs." Swimming, that's a good one too, yeah. You watch them all back to back? Fortunately, she was the one facing the TV. That's funny. I mean, even Megan got tired of it. It was like, ugh. Okay, we get it. There's a thing happening. I really wanted to like it though too. I really did. That happens with me. I get really pumped about something and then I'm let down a lot. Weren't you thinking of getting a standing desk? I actually was. I'm still considering that actually. If God willing, this long-awaited larger home for my family to get out of this very small hobbit home that we are breaking at the seams and there's no room. I think I might try the standing. It'll change. It'll be weird to get used to it, but I'll be able to plug in the guitar and stand and play, which I think is a bit freeing. I don't know how that's going to work, but I think that might be a good idea. That'd be cool. It's 30, yeah, it's like 30 plus years old, yeah. So glad I discovered Jim Bob. It's like hanging out with a sober uncle. Yeah, it is. Well, I'm not always sober, though. I mean, especially get you guys pumped in the evenings when I grab a rye and I get aggressive with people. But I can't make that the norm. Let's talk about demons.
We've been close friends for almost 40 years, 39 years since the mid.
Talk to me about the tickle demon.
80s. And I would say you were I didn't imagine you as a priest, I would say.
That makes two of us.
And then, about a month ago, your godfather to one of my children, you performed the wedding ceremony for that child.
Awesome.
One of the great moments of my life. How did you get here? Like, I don't really know anybody who's had more jobs, a vision. I thought you were going to be a philosopher, a country music star.
Oh, yeah. Well, brother, if you had yeah.
So, speaking of wrestling, there's a phrase that you hear a lot, you never used to hear until about maybe 6 or 7 years ago, and now it's on the lips of every podcaster, and that's the spiritual war. You know, the famous Ephesians quote, we fight against not, flesh or blood, but against principalities, and you're the preacher, you know the quote.
Yeah.
What is that, and what are its manifestations?
Does Orthodox do exorcisms? Yes.
The spiritual war.
Yeah. That's a small question.
I like to start narrow.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. We live, on this side of a curtain. We live in this temporal world, you and me, and the rooms we're in. But we all think of ourselves as spiritual beings. That's a real common thing that people say. But we were fashioned by God as spiritual beings to be in relationship with Him. And there really is this curtain that behind which there is an entire unseen realm that is God and the host of
unseen warfare,
angels and all that. And the much like here, it's a world that is in rebellion as well. And the irony is that the world we experience now was never meant to be separated from that. When God created all things, he created heaven and earth to overlap.
Yeah, and I created a goal to be met. 12 minutes, 0 out of 10. I get it. You guys sent all your money to Candace Owens. I get it. I know it's tough. You got to revamp. You got to, get back to the nose to the grindstone. That's a good song. Oh, I have to cover that again. That's another one I forgot about that I know the lyrics. Right? Who's it? Who's that? Who sings that? Travis Barker?
He wanted to walk with Adam during the cool of the day. He wanted the man, and as his image bearers, were to be in relationship with God in a very tangible way. But because of the way that, because of sin and the brokenness of the world, there's this separation that occurred. But I think now there really is a spiritual battle, as you quoted.
Wait, but you said behind the veil, behind the curtain, the things we can't see, the unseen realm, is God and angels. But it's not a civil war. I mean, there's turmoil there. It's a war, right?
It is. That's what.
It's like $5 for giggling. I mean, okay. I'm not going to complain about that.
The way Scripture describes it.
And so who is the war between?
I think it's between God and
Tyler, the
Father, Son, and
creator.
Holy Spirit, and the creator God. I think it's just in the way that God spoke all things into this world into being. He also created a heavenly host. And you read that story in the book of Genesis with the serpent in the garden, right? Genesis was where heaven and earth overlaps, and man walked with God, as we said a second ago. But you see,
he's Episcopalian, not Catholic. Okay.
You see the beginning of a divine rebellion there. You see this sort of mysterious serpent figure, which is we later learn is this Satan figure, and he rebels against God because he's prideful. He wants to be equal with God, and if he's going to attack God, if he wants to unravel God, what's the first thing he's going to do? He's going to attack his plan, but he's going to attack his image bearers.
Right.
And that plan people, and that plan that you see that he hatched in Genesis 3. It's still the plan that's happening now. There's our war is not against flesh and blood, but it's against these principalities and these powers and these things that come and they weigh heavy on us. He's a deceiver and
Satan
and his
Beelzebub
and his henchmen, his demons and the demonic forces, and it's very real.
Home ownership is
home ownership. Tickle demon, tickle demon. Discount code tickle me Tucky. Tuck Goose. You ever play Tuck Goose? It's fun. Ring Around the Rosie, Pocket Full of Posy. It's kind of a dark tune. Never actually thought about the lyrics when I'm singing them to my children. Ashes to ashes, we all fall down. It's kind of dark. Kind of beautiful.
What are the manifestations of it like?
I mean, you can see it on a large scale. You see it in the destruction of marriages. You see it in the pornography. You see it in addictions. You see it in things like that. I find that I see those kind of attacks happen in the area.
He rage quit Jubilee? I didn't know he did Jubilee. Too bad Jubilee literally shuts down your stream if you actually review it. That sucks.
Areas most egregiously.
I would
in
like
those
that.
areas that God values most. So you want to know what
I bet she does believe in evolution. Betcha.
God loves the most. Watch what Satan attacks the most aggressively. And what does God love the most? You look at the creation story and all those things that God set in motion in the beginning, marriage and ideas of masculinity and gender and the role of humanity in the world, us being God's image bearers to create a kingdom that reflected His glory.
Wait, I'm going to ask you to pause. So let's just go kind of through the list forensically here. So you said marriage number one.
I mean, these aren't in a certain order, but I'm just kind of riffing about marriage.
Yeah, the ones that come to mind.
Yeah, marriage.
And then that's explained as part of God's creation in Genesis.
Oh yeah, it's part of His creation mandate. Be fruitful and multiply. He created. When you read the story of God creating man, He creates Adam out of the earth, and He empowers him, and He brings all the animals in front of him, and after each creation day, you hear God say, He says, "It is good. It is good.
Yeah.
It is good." And the only thing that you read about in the creation story that God says wasn't good was man's aloneness. He says it's not good that man be alone. And so what does he do? You know, he brings all these animals, and there was
something like that Crowder covered. I haven't seen it. Oh, the Tim Pool thing. I mean, if there was like a clip of it, maybe. But the Jubilee, they're real bastards. Jubilee clip. Let me see. Sorry, that guy was boring. Oh man, I wish it wasn't. I wish I could. 13 seconds tomorrow. Okay. I don't even know. You know what? I don't even care. I don't care. He probably took a piss or something. But I don't even want to hear his takes, honestly. I don't want to look at his face. Sorry. He left because the guy asking question went on a rant, not letting him speak. He probably, like, walked off to demonstrate that he could walk off and come back because the guy is taking so long or something. That's the most charitable approach. I just don't care about the topics. And I don't care to hear Tim Pool's takes on anything at this point. Honestly, it's like these are dying voices. Everyone sucks. I mean, kind of. Kind of. Daddy worked in the hill like a day. If Tucky had Dyer on, it can't be that bad. Yeah, I'm glad he had Dyer on. Yeah. He's the most relativist person. He's just so boring. He's just so foolish and boring. Right, Tyler Childers, yeah. Great song. I'll have to practice it again before I play it again. It's a nice one, though. What else? What else you guys got? What is it, 2 o'clock? I'm not doing that bad. I'm doing pretty good with no topics, honestly. Just kind of Mondaying it up. And Tim Pool being retired, is he? He should retire. What about Lispy Evo guy? Which one's that? Who's Lispy Evo guy? Super. It'd be great if Michael Knowles could have a conversation with an Orthodox dude. Well, he probably knows some. He just doesn't do it. Because they don't like show tunes. Oh, yeah, the beanie snatching was, ooh. That really exposed his vanity, but I don't blame him. I don't blame the guy. The combo of his, like, face, stature, shape, and the baldness that he has is a bad combo. And I'm vain. So, you remember Clint, the big eye evolution guy? He's a Mormon? That's actually funny. Why am I not surprised by that? He's a real weirdo. The way he talks about things is really weird. Like, he's like, I'm Blippy! Blippy! He at least admits that there's no objective standard for a species or a clade. I gotta give him credit for that one. But Mormonism is basically evolution spiritually, though. So, I could see how it could map on. What do you mean, Michael? Yeah, he loves it. Yeah, they don't do it. Orthodox are like, stop. What song do you think Michael Knowles sings at public karaoke? Like, really? Really? Let it go, down the door. Guaranteed. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what. That, definitely. The song from Rent? Yeah, exactly. What sucks is to make fun of Michael Knowles, I have to learn all these gay songs. No, I swear, guys, I don't know these songs. I swear. It's just to make fun of Michael Knowles. I swear, I promise. 5,024,600 minutes. Ew, that's so gross. Anyway, Michael Knowles sings that and knows the words. I only know them because I make fun of him. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. He definitely watched Barbie, the remake, alone. Anything from Les Mis? Yeah, totally. I'm... Definitely. Wow, 1 out of 10, you guys. Amazing. Amazing work. That's fine. That's fine. It's all right. The internet's dead. I'm going to go become an iconographer. I mean, who are we kidding here? I don't blame you. I don't blame you for not funding the internet anymore. I honestly don't. I'm not Black Billy. I'm just saying. I don't blame you. It's like the internet is a giant, what are those 777 slot machines? You know? Everyone's like, what the hell is this? What is this? I learned ballet just to mock them. Yeah, exactly. I knew from a young age if I did that, I'd be able to make fun of people. And because I would know the moves. I'd be like, look at this guy standing in 5th position at the bar. Ha ha! What a gay. Look, guys. 5th position. Okay. Haha. Right? You guys know 5th position, right? Guys? Wow, 1 out of 10. This is a sad day. This is a sad day in Jortlandia. Tell you what. I tell you what. Guys, I swear. I mean, what, you don't agree? Maybe it's 4th position. Okay? Maybe it's 4th position. I pooped my pants to mock babies. That's funny. You had to learn in the marching band? Okay. Yeah, okay. See, more lies. No, I did. I learned it. I learned in the marching band. Swear. Africa? Yeah, but that's good. I mean, I guess. Isn't that a good song? Am I losing it? God bless the rain. God bless the rain down in Africa. Oh no. I woke up and ate a monkey. I cooked it in my clay oven. Huge portion of our population has AIDS. There's a fly on my eye. I didn't eat today. Jumbo threw a rock at the monkey. Now we have dinner today. Coming to America was a psyop. Okay, Eddie Murphy, disservice. Thanks a lot. Oh, thank you. Michael's shoulders are negligibly smaller. They could be. He's a real soft man. He's a softie. Want to beat him up? I do. I want to beat him up. God bless the rain down in Africa. You know what? This is good.
Who then is correct, in your opinion? Jesus.
Ruh-roh.
So how do you know what you are professing right now is not outside the bounds of Christianity? You have condemned Jehovah's Witness beliefs and Mormon beliefs. So how do you know what you are professing is not outside those bounds?
Yeah, great question, because...
Have you heard Return to Innocence by Enya? Yeah? Yeah? Do you know who you're talking to right now?
Not at all
Jehovah's Witness beliefs are false, or all Mormon beliefs are false. But if you notice that, let's talk Mormons and Islam for just a second. The reason, because they're very similar in terms of how they get new revelation. One guy has some supposed angel come to him and tell him some new stuff that contradicts the old stuff. What does the Apostle Paul say in Galatians chapter 1? If even an angel were to come to you and give you another gospel, even if we were to come to you and give you another gospel, may that angel be accursed. Don't believe another gospel. This is the true gospel. And I think there's evidence, obviously, that God exists, Jesus rose from the dead, and the Bible is the Word of God. So anything that contradicts the Bible, if the Bible's true, has to be false. Doesn't mean everything taught by other religions is false, but where it contradicts the Bible, if indeed the Bible is true, by definition it is false.
Right, but how do you know that your interpretation of the Bible is the correct interpretation? Because the Mormons also hold to the New and Old Testament, but you would say, even though that they have the scriptures, they are outside the bounds of Christianity.
Well, they would say they believe in the Bible, but they would also say, as long as it's translated properly, and Joseph Smith said a lot of it's been corrupted. The problem is he would go to, say, James, who says if you're looking for wisdom, ask God and he'll give it to you. If he's saying the scriptures are corrupt, how does he know that verse isn't corrupt?
That's true.
Okay, so, and we have courses on our website on trying to talk to Mormons and Muslims and Jehovah's Witnesses about what the truth is. Notice these things are well after the Bible's established. Islam is 600 years after the Bible. Some say now even later. Dr. Jay Smith, I just had him on the podcast this summer, talks about the very weak historical evidence for the three-legged stool of Islam, Muhammad, the Quran, and Mecca. Of course, Mormonism and Jehovah's Witnesses come in the 19th century. This is 1900 years after, 1800 years after Christianity, okay? And there's no supernatural revelation verified by multiple eyewitnesses like the New Testament is that suggests any...
Yes? What's your take on the whole anti-Islamianity drama? I kinda respect David Wood for taking on the cult that decimated Balkans. As a Serb, love anyone against Muslims.
My take is that anti-Islam, like you could push against Islam as an atheist, though. That's my take. If you can push against Islam as an atheist, the problem with David Wood is that anti-Islamianity as a function, as a task, doesn't bring people to the true church. David Wood doesn't have a true church. So the problem is you're taking someone who might be Muslim and they're on a sinking raft, and you press the raft harder and the air comes out, and you go, ha, I drowned, I wrecked your floaty device called Islam. And then he goes, but the Ortho thugs, the Ortho bros, think that they have the one true church. he holds that there isn't, you can't point people to the one true church. So he's actually doing a disservice to a Muslim to get them deconverted from Islam if there's not a conversion to the Ark. David Wood has no true Ark. So while you can go, oh, I applaud the movement and the debunking and the wrecking of Islam, that's all well and good, but the problem is it's fruitless if you don't convert people to orthodoxy. And that's why a lot of these people who argue against Islam, if they get some Muhammad to go, brother, I think you're right. They go, where do I go to church now? And they go, oh, go to a synagogue. Go over here. Go over there. They don't have a place to go. There's nothing. You're not helping them. You're telling them to take their flawed paradigm and go forth and just find a church somewhere and then interpret it themselves if it's like true or not. Which is, you're gonna like how good of an idea is that? Trusting Muslims of all people to go forth and take a Bible alone approach. Dude, a Bible alone approach? Wow. That's crazy. That ain't good. That ain't good. That's a bad idea. Isn't David Wood doing the same thing to Islam as Andrew's doing to lefties? Converting lefties? Or, destroying lefties? I mean, maybe. I don't know. But I don't care if lefties convert to a political view. Like, I don't know. I don't really abide by that dialectic anyway. So, I mean, it's possible that there's an analogy there. But the difference is the only important view from my point is converting to orthodoxy. Like that to me, it doesn't matter to me as much to convert someone from a political position to another political position if they don't have a theological and spiritual life, like that undergirds that position, that supersedes that position. It doesn't, to me, that doesn't matter. So I think that's just like I would say that's even a lower, politics is lower than theology. It's informed by it, but it's lower. The irony is, as Odin LaFontaine has proven, historically Islam was started by Judaizing heretics, and Gnostics. It has some early Gnostic, I forgot the name of them. It's like a very specific Gnostic branch back in the day. Sasi la masi soria masa parta moya. I was trying to find I went over to Ortho Thugs to see if we saved the clip of us singing that song. Maybe I can find it. Oof, that's going to be hard to do. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I don't know. I'd have to find it and prep it, but that's actually it's an extremely funny skit where we're both singing that in the back of a car. Does Ortho Thugs? No, it doesn't exist. We did 2 seasons or more, probably more. Well, I actually don't know officially what we would call a season. Anyway, we like to think that the first season is the true season. There's a lot of funny stuff after that, but like we came out swinging first season. We really produced a lot. So much we burned ourselves out, but we're going to release it as a set. We're gonna organize it, the best of the seasons and then the best of and the skits, and it's all going to be on one thing, and we're going to package it back out to you guys, because a lot of it has to be, because I got takedowns from like guns and stuff in other live streams, I had to protect, because almost I think a lot of our videos had some flaggable things, so I was like, I can't really risk that. The musical debate, that doesn't sound fun. It sounds, if someone was really good at doing it, Old Joe, maybe, but I think it would suck. It's like one of those novelties that would get old in like the first 5 minutes. Maybe it is Deep Forest. I'm actually confusing. I used to listen to Deep Forest. It was a trap anyway, Silvara. I only sang that to get people like you to admit that you knew what Deep Forest was. Gotcha. Gotcha. So easy to trick you people. Unbelievable. You just step right in. Oh, I know Deep Forest. Oh, you're talking about Deep Forest? I love that. Until then, it would be hilarious. Okay, so you're saying 3 minutes. So 3 minutes? That's not enough. It's not enough. I don't get paid enough for that. Enigma? Now I don't remember what the song was. The returned innocent. Yeah, now I remember it. Yeah, I was wrong. It's not Deep Forest. Yeah, now it's all coming back to me. It's all coming back to me now. Anyway, it's 2:30. Anything else from you guys? Oh, yeah. What a day. What a day. What a week. What a life.
Nathaniel LHL. Thank you for still going live even when it's poopier than India on the interwebs. Your stream is one of only 3 people I genuinely look forward to. God bless you and Mega Bob.
Thank you so much, Nathaniel, for that Baba Chat. Baba Chat. Talented musician. Pfft. You said that after that? I literally just did an impression of Alanis Morissette. Outed you again. I'm so easy to out you guys. I literally play Alanis Morissette playing the harmonica, and old Joe's like, he's a talented musician. Gotta give him that much. Gotcha. Again. I got you again. Gotcha. Moon River. I like that song. I was trying to learn that. That's a good one by Doc Watson. It's an overall impression, chump. Take the compliment. Don't be so jumpy. You're good at guitar as well. Thanks. A lot. I have to learn another song soon. And I will soon. But in the meantime, I am going to wait patiently for my paint to show up so I can finally finish this icon and get started on the next one. I don't know who it's going to be. I really don't. That's the beauty of iconography. You don't really, you kind of, it just sort of shows up. It's quite nice, actually. Mina makakukia shagabila mu waka waka wa. Is peanut butter a psyop? No way. Peanut butter is awesome. Just one big old spoonful. There you go. Saint Gabriel. Saints. I'll think about it. I gotta figure it out. I gotta look. I gotta look at some prototypes, check it out, see what's speaking to me. Show us the icon again. Okay. There it is. Okay, it came out quite nice. Regardless of my teacher from Greece going, "It's okay." I couldn't ask for a better response, honestly. Honestly, if my teacher was like, "It's amazing, you're way ahead of your time," I'd be like, "Eh." Now I don't know. It's okay. The beard, okay. Hat, could be better. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I think it's quite lovely myself. Pretty good. Okay. It's better. It's okay. Please explain iconography. Old Joe, go to Divine Liturgy. Looks generic. Well, I mean, in a sense, iconographies are based on prototypes. So, in a sense, icons are actually kind of generic. You dork. Looks generic. You can chop your finger off. Oh, Lord of mercy. All right, thank you. Sorry I responded that way. I'm sorry I threatened to chop your finger off. I'm sorry. I really, forgive me. This is going to be a learning process for me, honestly. You know how artists, like, defend their work? Well, when their work is, like, essentially linked to, like, a holy tradition, you're like, your teeth sharpen even faster. So don't touch my... What did you say? So I'm sorry about that. That was reactive of me. I apologize. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't take it seriously. I wouldn't take your finger off. I wouldn't eat your finger, okay? It was just a thought. I'm sorry. Don't talk about my Archon. Don't talk about it like that. I'll find you. No, today's not the day. You know, sometimes it's just not the day. Anyway, sorry to that guy. I'm sorry about that. And should you guys go to somewhere? You want to go somewhere? Oh, you guys want to hear more about Canazones right now? Is that what you guys want? Is that what you need? I'm kind of into a phase of not sending anybody anywhere. I have my own reasons. Love you guys. God bless you all. Thank you so much for the support. I am really excited and hopeful and prayerful for our family to finally have a place that supports the size of our family. We have been in this really small townhouse for almost 9 years. Something like that. And so, you know, it's time to expand. So all of your support is helping that happen, and it's all going to be basically invested into everything that I already do, but I'm just going to be able to do it better and do more of it. Metal work, just like a whole new aspect of my creative gifts, metal work, the continuing of iconography, but also like a proper setup space that's not the end of my bed. So I'm glad that I have the support from you guys. I really appreciate it. With that said, it's Monday. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be good. Be prayerful. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. And put it on your calendar. On Friday is another debate with a fairly decent size as far as engagement. Culture Cats on evolution, my favorite topic. With that said, God bless you, and you know, pray for your enemies. Okay, adios.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven man. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven man. That's another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your